the sacrifice is ready.
Hopefully.
Don't forget to share that your screen with me.
Oh, right. Probably should do that. I just hope we get at least a good amount of people. I will be posting this on YouTube as well.
Alright.
Alright, let me go get my diffuser ready. I'll be right back.
I hear a cat.
Hey, I'm gonna be a minute.
See, Ryan and Ender are in the chat.
Yep. Just give me a little bit more time.
It's okay, I have food cooking.
Okay. Whew. Good game.
Oh, there's Nocturne, aka Arcane, aka whatever name he's going by now.
Yeah. There we go. I am now downloading Tekken 8.
Tekken's a fighting game series I never got into.
Yeah. Well, I have some friends getting into it, so I thought, why not? All right. I'll be back, and then we'll get started. All right. Ready? Kill. Alright, Kill, you ready?
More or less. I just pulled food out of the oven, so I'm gonna go grab that quick.
Alright, and then we'll start.
Alright. And I was just, cooing over my pet lizard. Man, you should play that Untitled Goose Game. I mean, think about it. You're already honking like one.
You're lucky you're one of my friends. Anyway. Once Kill gets his dinner, gets his lunch. I mean, we will start.
Alright, I'm pretty much ready. I got my food, I got my tea.
Alright.
My tea.
Well, if everybody's ready,
It's
it's
showtime.
showtime. Hey there, everyone. Omega Snake here, and I hope we get more people than this. I was actually gonna, but sorry. Anyway, welcome to the first ever tier list thing that I've ever been doing, that I've ever done, and honestly, I'm excited to do it. And of course, today we are covering all 50 Ace Attorney all 50 Ace Attorney cases in the entire franchise. And to help me do this,
Excluding Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, because honestly, that's more of a Professor Layton game than it is an Ace Attorney, to be honest.
yeah, and that's honestly a little bit of a headache trying to figure out what's a case and what's not, So we will not be covering that. And besides, it's nice to say 50 cases instead of 54.
Yep.
Anyway, So today we have my cohort of Ace Attorney. We have the Killshotarcher.
He's here because I'm here because I love whodunits, and he knows I love whodunits.
Oh yeah, he does. I mean, he loves Case Closed. Yeah. Hello, DW Sunshine.
One of my favorite games is L.A. Noire, for fuck's sake. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So, all right. So today we are ranking every single case in Ace Attorney, all 50 cases, including Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2, and the Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2. So yeah, that's 10 games, 5 cases apiece, more or less.
And just a word, we do have some rather we do have some opinions that most fans of the series would consider a bit upsetting.
We have controversial opinions. Let's just say that.
All right, so criteria is basically the mystery itself, because it's a whodunit, and so basically it will have. This little score will decrease significantly if the killer's obvious, but if the killer is obvious, it needs to be a howdunit, a good howdunit at least. So it's more forgivable if it's a good howdunit, but if it's obvious who the killer is and how they did it, it will seriously lose points in that regard.
We're also going to be covering characters, because let's be honest, the whole point, one of the biggest points of Ace Attorney is its cast of colorful characters. Every case has its own characters besides just the main cast. And if the characters are fun, entertaining, and also and it also has a good villain, I feel like it'll really raise it in terms of the tier list. But if some of the characters are kind of sucky or one note or not very memorable, then it will lose points because of that.
And then there's the structure of the case, like there's things like pacing and whatnot, and you have a tag that says hentai manga on it. You should probably...
Hey, I already covered that.
Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, you think I didn't see that and covered it?
Good point.
Anyway, we're going to be covering structure, we're going to be covering pacing, and presentation. Just overall, how good was the case itself? Because even if the mystery was good, if the structure of it was just kind of it'll still lose points in our book. And also and of course, the overall thing is also story. Because sometimes, and we will go over this, there are a couple of cases that don't really have that great of a mystery, but the story is great.
Yeah.
So we will be judging it based on these criteria. And is there anything else you want to say, Kill?
Nope.
All right. I think we covered everything.
Yep.
Should I put on some music or no?
If you want.
Let's see. I think I got a good one.
Like what, an Ace Attorney playlist?
A little bit. Let's get the courtroom. Let's get the first, since we're doing Ace Attorney 1. Since we're doing Ace Attorney 1, let's get the original courtroom going. Let's turn that down. That is a little...
Yeah, that's a bit loud. Alright, that's good.
Okay. Alright. So let's start things off with... We're actually going to cover both Ace Attorney... we're both going to start off with the first and second case of the first game. We're going to go...
First, we should probably explain the tiers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, you're right. So, we're gonna start off with E. E tier is Kangaroo Court, and we're calling it that because these cases are just so bad. It feels like, what the hell am I even looking at? You know?
Yeah. Like it's it's like these. It's basically a case that has. It could be a good case, but it could also have something so irredeemably stupid or unfun about it that just drags it down entirely.
Yeah. Then we have D tier. D tier, which is misdemeanor offense. These are cases that are just like they're just not very good. Like, and even if the case itself is just meh, like it's got some issues. You know, the issues that kind of irredeem it. You know.
C is basically just okay. They're okay. They're average.
Yeah, nothing really bad about them. Hold on. What?
Nothing bad, but nothing noteworthy.
Strawberry lemonade. Thank you. Sorry, my aunt. Now, but yeah. Oh, there's not really much to say about the C cases. They're just okay. They've got a few issues, but nothing really offensive, if that makes sense.
Then there's B, which is, basically,
all right.
Yeah, all right. Like they're above standard.
The ones that I would recommend going through for sure.
A is great for no, Will. A is obviously terrible. What are you saying?
Yeah, but seriously though, the A cases are just really good cases with maybe a couple of minor nitpicks here and there, but overall just good cases that are worth going through for sure. And
then there's S, which is ace cases, where basically it's the cases where everything is perfect. Everything. Flat out, no complaints at all.
Yeah. And let me tell you, we're probably going to get a lot of C's, B's, and a few A's. Not many E's or D's, probably. And the S's are the elites. The ace cases are the elite cases.
Alright, shall we start?
Yep. And what better place to start than with the very first turnabout? Called, well, the first turnabout. We're going to be doing this in chronological order, by the way.
Alright, so Phoenix is defending his childhood friend Larry Butts for the murder of his ex-girlfriend, and then it's the first case, nothing special. The killer's revealed to you right away. You know how he did it. It's pretty much just a master's tutorial.
Yeah, but it does a good job, but it's also the shortest case in the series. But it also doesn't. Can we also say it's not fair to put it any lower than C?
Yeah.
Like, it does its job in establishing how the story on how court cases go, what you got to be doing, and yeah, it does its job.
I would argue that Turnabout Sisters is honestly a D case in my opinion.
I feel like C, but let's first talk about it. The second case is where Mia dies, and the defendant is her own sister, Maya Fey, and the one who did it is a dick waffle called Red White.
And honestly, he sucks as a villain.
Like, at first he's intimidating, because how do you pin it on a guy that makes his whole business on blackmail?
Yeah. But yeah, like, it doesn't help that, this isn't the first case. Why are you showing us who did it in the opening cutscene?
I like to argue that, you only just got your feet wet, and I can excuse the second case because, now because I feel like case 1 and 2 are just tutorial cases in terms of investigating and, learning how to press the witness. It's like you're still learning things as you go. So I don't mind that the killer is revealed for case 2.
Honestly, but yeah, like, Like the characters, aside from Maya, the other characters such as the Bellboy, Red White, and April May are just not really that interesting.
Yeah, the Bellboy is weird. Red White is a good first boss, first villain. You know?
Yeah, he's like the first actual boss because we don't count Frank Saw as anything.
Yeah, like he's literally the punching bag.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I will say you're right. It is okay, but I do think it's under the first turnabout. So put it behind it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like I feel like these are the cases that kind of like set the standard of like if they're worse than these cases, then they're not very good. Now,
alright, Turnabout Samurai. Now, okay, so Ace Attorney fans like to make fun of the third cases of each game, dubbing it third case syndrome, where it's the third case is usually the worst. But in the first Ace Attorney game, Case 3 is actually when the game steps it up.
Yeah, I fully agree. Like, this is basically what we like to call a standard case. Like, it's its own story. It doesn't really tie into any other stories, mainly. And it just does its own thing. And honestly, for doing its own thing, it's actually pretty good when you think about it.
Yeah, it has a good, colorful cast of characters. The mystery is actually pretty decent. Like, granted, you could probably guess who the killer is just based off the character design, but but
it does have a nice twist.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't take a whole lot to figure out who the killer is, but there is a nice twist to it, and honestly, I feel like that really helps the case. And you know, honestly, this case has some good twists that make it better, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it has Edgeworth revealing that he's not as bad as a guy as he seems to be. That the second case makes him out to be.
Yeah. So yeah,
actually helping right on multiple occasions.
Yeah. Not to mention, Gumshoe actually shows why he's a detective. For the first time in this series.
What's that? There's a bunch of mafiosos threatening our main character. In comes Gumshoe to the rescue.
Yeah. And since he's a cop, the director doesn't want to get into trouble with the police, you know?
Like let's be honest. I actually did a slight dissection of Gumshoe yesterday to Snake, and Gumshoe is actually more badass than people give him credit.
Like, sure, he's a big lug, a bit of a buffoon, but he puts his heart into everything.
So yeah, I'd say we could put Turnabout Samurai in B.
Yeah, I actually agree, because the mystery is great, the characters are very colorful, and honestly, especially Will Powers. Can we just give a bit of credit to Will Powers?
Yeah, he's a delightful defendant.
Yeah, he's very delightful, and just the cast of characters by themselves is a good one. So yeah, I agree. 1-3 deserves to be in B tier.
Oh, and now next, easily our first S rank.
Yeah, this one, my friends, is Turnabout Goodbyes. Oh,
Turnabout
boy.
Samurai set the standard. Turnabout Goodbyes leaped over it, flipped at the bird while doing so, and started in, I don't know where I was continuing. Let's just disregard that.
But either way though, it's yes, Ender. But yeah, like, so let's just say the Turnabout Samurai really set the standard of what a case needs to be. Turnabout Goodbyes sets the standard of what a finale should be.
And for those who don't know, yes, Turnabout Goodbyes is the finale of the first game because Ace Attorney was originally released on the Game Boy Advance
with 4 cases, not 5. Yep. The fifth case, which we will get to after this, is more or less a DLC case.
Mm-hmm.
When they decided to port the Game Boy Advance games to the DS, they found that they had so much room that they decided to jam an extra 5th case into the first game.
But yeah, so the characters of Turnabout Goodbyes, first off, we're introduced to Lotta Hart, who's pretty fun. Then there's the old boat rental cabin caretaker. Larry appears. Here's back before Larry kind of goes on a downward spiral character development wise.
Yeah, now Larry is actually pretty good in this case. Let's be honest. Let's give him some credit here.
Yeah, he freaking saves the day.
Yeah.
He's pretty much the one who solves the mystery, but the true star of this case is the one and only Manfred von Karma.
Oh my god. If you want to say a final boss for a game, he hits that.
Mm-hmm.
He hits that so hard because his freaking breakdowns are great, but the main thing about Manfred is that you are basically hearing that he has 40 years of experience behind his belt, and he never lost. Yeah, he never lost. And God, you feel that. Like, he raises objections left and right for you getting off topic. Meaning it's hard to get information out of the defendant unless you actually really push for it. Not defendant, the witness.
Witnesses. Yeah. So yeah, easy S rank.
But here's the thing though. It's not just the characters that do it. It's the mystery. The mystery is really good.
Yeah. Like, the one downside is, for one thing, it's 2 mysteries in one. Because you're actually solving 2 cases. You're not only solving the murder of Robert Hammond, but you're also solving the DL6 incident where Edgeworth lost his father. With Edgeworth being the prime suspect of both.
Yeah. While the first part is it's not too hard to figure out that it was the boat caretaker.
Yeah, but I will say the boat caretaker, aka Yanni Yogi, he is like the first murderer in the game who is flat out sympathetic.
Yeah, he is, because he feels like his life was ruined.
Yeah, he was the defendant of the DL6 incident, and the victim of the current case is Robert Hammond, was his lawyer. Robert Hammond was a man who didn't really care whether his clients were innocent or guilty, and he often would also have them do pleas that would ruin their lives in order to get them not guilty verdicts. And so he convinced Yogi to plead temporary not guilty by means of temporary insanity, and it worked. Yanni was found not guilty, but his life was absolutely ruined, and Hammond didn't give a shit. Like his professional standing as a court bailiff was over because he was fired from that. His fiance at the time killed herself. He's flat out the first flat out sympathetic villain in the series.
I wouldn't say the first one. I'd say Case 3 also had a little bit of sympathy.
Nah. Dee Vasquez, don't forget, while Case 3, the death of Jack Hammer was absolutely self-defense, actually. But here's the thing, let's not forget, Dee Vasquez was still blackmailing Hammer, and
yeah, that's true.
And was in league with a bunch of mafiosos.
But that's not the real. But that's only like part 1. Part 2, oh boy, like you have to really. The fact that you also have to go through a second mystery of a very old case, by the way, a 15-year-old case. Like, the finale hits you hard, and then when you come across that, this is one of the first times where you're like, holy shit, once you figure it out, because it wasn't Edgeworth who did it.
It was none other than Von Karma.
Yeah, it was Von Karma who killed Edgeworth's dad, and you had to figure that out. And let me tell you, this is one of the first times to me where you're like, holy shit, because you just thought of something really crazy, but the logic fits.
Yeah, and the only time, and here's the thing, the time you figure it out, it's mostly a cutaway thing, because it's based off an offhanded comment that Marvin Grossberg made, which Grossberg, I'm not gonna lie, surprisingly fun character himself.
Yeah, I just wish there was a bit more to him.
I just wish he didn't talk about his hemorrhoids every other second.
Well, he only did that in the third game.
Mm-hmm.
I just played Case 4 recently, and he didn't talk about it.
You know what? That's fair. Anyway, let's move on to Rise from the Ashes.
Okay. This one's tough to rank for me because it's a good case.
It's a good case, but it does have a bunch of really massive flaws in it. So I think it would be the high C tier for this one. Like,
ooh, that's spicy.
Does that make sense?
Like, okay, let's think about our criteria for this one. The mystery is actually pretty alright.
Yeah.
It's got some good twists.
Yeah. Like, the mystery is you're trying to solve the stabbing of Detective Bruce Good, who was apparently stabbed at two different places at the same time.
Yeah, like we're gonna. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. And yeah, that's a really good clutch right there. You're trying to find which place was he actually killed at.
Yeah. Not to mention, I feel like the characters are also pretty colorful too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like almost all the characters are colorful. Like there's Jake Marshall and his glory. There's Angel Starr, and then there's the culprit of the case, the great Damon Gant. Holy fuck, what a character!
Yeah, he's one of the best villains because at first he doesn't come off as one.
Yeah. Now we're talking about the positives. So as you could guess, the negative is within our third criteria, where
presentation.
Presentation and structure. And let me just say, the case is a slog to get through.
Oh, yeah, that is its biggest flaw. It is a long case.
Especially the second trial. Because you're just watching, you're just constantly watching a recording of the evidence room assault of Mike Meekins. And also, for every Damon Gant, we get a Mike Meekins.
Can we at least be honest, though? Mike is not that bad.
He's not that bad, but he is slightly annoying.
Yeah, but he's one of those ones that we can at least tolerate.
Mm-hmm. But the case itself is very much a slog to get through. The structure and pacing is not that good.
Mm-hmm. Like,
and I'm not gonna lie, it does have some good suspects, but when it starts to reveal that the best part of the case to me is when you're investigating Damon Gant's office.
Yeah.
Where it's like, so it is this guy. Because the key to the case is trying to figure out who owns each card number for whoever entered the evidence room.
Right, and then you find out that the last one you need belongs to Damon Gant's.
Yep, is Damon Gant's safe combination, and you just take a guess of his safe combination, and it turns out his safe combination is his
ID number.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they like I will say, I want to put like, despite that it's such a slog among a couple of other minor things. I feel like B is still at least a good place for it because
Yeah, I think it would. I think you're right because the slog and pacing is like the only complaint we got for it. But
it's a big
because-
one.
Yeah, because of how big that is, I think it goes on. It would be like the last place. It would be low B, so it'd be like last place on the week.
Yeah, like but I still feel like B is a good place for it because it's still a good case and it's enjoyable. The cast is great and the mystery is actually pretty good.
All right, now the Forgotten Turnabout, our first D, I believe.
Oh, that's a bit of a spicy take, but first, hold on. Let's see.
But yeah, our first. The reason why I think the Forgotten Actually, no. I think it would probably be the low of the C tier because it's not terrible, but it's
a tutorial case.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's nothing special about it for being a tutorial case. Like the only, character-wise, we get introduced to the adorable Maggie Bird.
Yeah, honestly, she's honestly a great character, and I'm glad they bring her back in now and then. Sadly, it's always as the defendant.
Yes. But yeah, aside from that though, the case itself has absolutely nothing remarkable about it.
Yeah, the villain is just kind of pompous and there's nothing special about him.
The villain is Millennium Wendy Oldbag, but male.
Yeah.
Because his gimmick is that he likes to talk about different Oldbag.
Yeah. One of the only things I remember about him is his ringtone.
Yes. And that's because it's, a famous song written by Beethoven.
Yeah. It's not a absolute terrible case. And small side thing, in the remake for Rise from the Ashes, you can actually see that Detective Gumshoe has a picture of Maggie in his locker.
Yes, he has a crush on her. It's adorable.
It's very adorable, and I love that he has that.
But yeah, I just feel like just due to how not special or remarkable the case is, it's either on the high end of the D or low end of C.
You know what? You're right. There's just nothing really special about it, and even though I try to be fair to first cases, it's just not. Yeah,
it's just a nothing case.
Yeah, but if you want a good case,
the best case in the second game is the second case, hands down.
Is that sad or is that good? I'm not sure which, because
I think it's controversial because of how many people like the last case, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Okay. Now for this case, the defendant is Maya again, but here's the thing though, it actually makes god dang sense for this one.
Yeah, the plan, it was a carefully constructed plan to frame her for the murder.
Yeah,
and
not only that, sorry.
Oh no, you go first.
Okay, not only that, but the plan also involves doing something only she could do, which is channeling spirits.
Yep.
Because of that, yeah, that is the joke, Ryan. But this is where it makes absolute sense because
the killer used the spirit channeling to frame her. Basically, the killer made it look like Maya channeled a spirit, and the spirit killed the victim while Maya was channeling it.
Yeah.
And the twist at the end is actually really good.
Yeah, it is very good.
The reveal that the spirit Maya was channeling was not only was the killer, but in a different way, as in she's still alive.
Yeah, you can't
And
really channel someone who's still alive.
Yeah. So basically, the killer basically made it look. The reason, one thing I will say about the anime is that it also paints the killer in a much more sympathetic light because in the anime, the killer goes to Morgan, who is one of the most evil characters in the series, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it makes sense because her name is Morgan Fay, which is a play on one of the most famous evil sorceresses in all of media, Morgan Le Fay. So,
Yep.
And I find that's clever.
Yes, but yeah. So the anime makes it play out that quote unquote eeny meeny, aka mini meeny, went to Morgan Fay to basically say, hey, the anime implies that Mimi wanted to wanted to fake the channeling and just signed the confession that the victim wanted, just to get him out of her life. But it was Morgan. I'm just gonna say Morgan Le Fay because it's funnier that way.
Yeah.
But it was Morgan Fay who came up with the murder plan and wanted to frame Maya because she wants Maya out of the way. She wants her daughter Pearl to be made into the master of the spirit channeling Fey clan of the Crying Village.
Which, by the way, can we just say how adorable Pearl is?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I will say, I wouldn't say it's an ace case, but it is a great.
So you think we got our first A? Like we talked about the mystery, but honestly, the characters also really sell it. As this is also the first case where we're introduced to, well, the overarching thing of most games. The prosecutor is different for every game, and this game's prosecutor is the
Franziska von Karma.
I was gonna say the lovely but dangerous Franziska von Karma.
Yeah, if she tried her tactics in the actual state, she'd be charged with assault.
Yes, but
yeah, like
I feel like Franziska helps this case, you know?
Yeah, like she brings a good side of tension.
Mm-hmm. Like,
yeah.
At first you think she's here for revenge against her father because you did put him behind bars.
But no, she doesn't care. Care about him. She thinks he deserved it.
Yeah. And the last thing I want to bring up is just the way it was presented. Is I feel like it was really solid. And again, it is one of the best. It is probably the best case where Maya is the defendant, and I will hold on to that.
Anyway, let's just place the case so we can move on. All right, Turnabout Big Top. So, controversial opinion.
Boy.
Both me and Snake think this case is overhated.
It is really overhated. Like, don't get us wrong. We understand why this case is hated. It's not that great of a case.
Yeah. We would not put this case in E, but it definitely belongs in D.
Yeah, like, honestly, I feel like we have to say this. Okay, the mystery is what saves it. The mystery is actually good because one of the main things about it is that for the first time in the series up to this point, no one hated the victim. No one had any ill will towards him, and that makes a great mystery because you're like, who would why would someone kill him?
Yeah, like everyone's Max, and they actually did have relatively good reason to suspect Max, who is the defendant of the case, who I will say I think is actually a fairly fun defendant, especially when he goes into country boy mode.
Yeah, he is. He's a good defendant, but
But the problem with the case is it's kind of the other characters that drag it down a bit.
yeah, like I feel like that is the biggest problem with this case. It's not the mystery. The mystery's great. It's the characters that bring it down for this one.
Yeah, like Mo the clown, he's okay.
He's okay.
But
he needs to learn to read the room, and that's his biggest weakness. But
yeah, but then we get Ben Woodman and Trillo Quist, who are yeah. The less we talk about them, the better.
okay, let's at least say at least one thing about them. Ben, by himself, is probably one of the most timid guys you'll ever meet. He's Fluttershy levels of timid.
Yeah, but once he has his puppet, Trillo,
He has a mouth on him.
yeah, he uses Trillo to speak what's actually on his mind, and let's just say Ben isn't really that nice of a guy. Let's be honest.
Yeah. And then we have the victim's daughter,
Regina, who I honestly found more annoying.
I feel like I feel like she's just too naive, I think is the right word.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the victim's fault, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's not really her fault. She was sheltered, honestly.
And then there's the killer, the acrobat, Acro, aka Ken Dingling, which is probably one of my more favorite puns. Basically, basically he's an acrobat, and his name is a reference to Ringling's Flying Circus.
Yeah. And honestly, it's miscommunication that's the presentation that also brings this case down a bit.
Yeah, because when you boil it down to it, this entire case could have been avoided if the characters actually talked to each other.
Yeah. But
instead of, but no. Like here's the one thing. So like say if Acro actually told the ringmaster and Regina how he was feeling, it probably could have been avoided. But no, he decided, nah, I'm just gonna try to murder Regina.
yeah. And honestly, the victim is really a real tragedy in this case.
Because yeah, I'm guessing the victim knew that Acro was gonna try to commit murder and decided to go in his daughter's place willingly.
I think
because
so too.
he blamed himself for how she was raised.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. But yeah, overall, the mystery is great. We're gonna be honest. The who and how done it was great, but it's everything else that kind of drags it down. It's like I almost want to put it in C, but we also
It's at high D, and we are not going to discuss why Ben Woodman, who's in his 30s, wants to propose to Regina, who's a teenager. We shall not discuss that.
No, we're not. Let's put it in high D.
Yep.
Because it's still an all right case, but it is dragged down.
And it does have moments where it can be pretty fun.
Yeah.
Alright, now Turnabout Goodbyes, our second controversial thing.
Oh, you're not kidding. You thought we had spicy takes for case 3? Oh god.
Okay, so just like how we think case 3 is overhated,
case 4
is
overrated.
Yeah, it's overrated. And here's the thing. Mystery is shockingly not that good because think about it. You're being blackmailed to defend someone. Of course that person's the killer.
No, hold on. He didn't actually kill the guy. Like, we want to make that abundantly clear. he did not actually kill the guy. The thing he's guilty of is hiring the guy that did kill him.
Yeah.
Which
But
is
yeah,
basically the same.
Yeah, it's 100% the same. Like, for example, conspiracy murder is still murder.
Yeah. And that's basically what this is. Like, he may not have pulled the trigger himself, but he still gave the guy the gun.
Well, he didn't exactly pull the trigger. He pulled the scarf around his neck.
You get what I mean, though. He didn't.
Yeah.
But like, as a metaphor, I'm saying, he didn't pull the trigger, but he sure as hell gave the guy the gun.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so case 4, basically during a hero expo about TV heroes, one of the heroes is found stabbed and strangled to death.
Mm.
And and Maya is essentially kidnapped to force
Phoenix.
Nick into defending Ma en Garde, the winner of the expose.
Yeah, and at first you might think, okay, if he because here's the main thing that why I brought up the main difference on why he didn't actually do it, because here's the thing. Phoenix asked him, "Did you kill him?" He said no.
And no Cyclops came up.
Yeah.
Phoenix has a trinket, a Chinese trinket that he got in the second case that allows him to see locks that lock away someone's secrets.
Yeah, and while he was holding it, he directly asked Matt en Garde, "Did you kill him?" Mm-hmm. He said no.
I will say,
and the Magatama didn't react.
Yeah, the Magatama isn't that accurate as you would like, and I will bring that up once we actually get to case 5 of the 5th game.
Right, but it's still one of the reasons why I brought up the main difference of what I said, you know, because that is why Phoenix decided, okay, I will defend you, and you would think because the Magatama didn't react, and you know that he's innocent.
Yeah, but then once the second part of the investigation comes out, and it's made clear that the killer is actually the assassin, Shelley D. Killer, who is one of the most unnerving characters in the series.
Oh yeah, holy shit.
But I will say, the best part of this case is Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, well, let's get to that in a second. But the main thing is that once you find out that the killer was an assassin, here comes the $1 million question: who hired him?
And to no one's shock, it was the defendant.
Yep. And I will say, though, the only thing I will give credit to Matt en Garde is his reveal. Like, once you break his Cyclops, and then he slicks his head back, his hair back.
How are you doing, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt en Garde.
Yeah. You can't deny the reveal is actually good in terms of presentation.
Yeah. It's so weird. He basically becomes a James Bond villain out of nowhere.
No kidding.
We're pulling out a glass of Scotch, some sort of wine, champagne or something.
Yeah, alcohol.
And I'm just wondering, motherfucker, where'd you get that? You're in jail.
Exactly, but yeah, just the way, like, at first he seems like just an aloof guy. He slicks his hair back, revealing the scratch on his eye,
But yeah, our biggest problem with this case is stressful. It's very high stakes. During it, you don't really feel like you breathe. Like, the humor does show up every now and then, but it doesn't help. Yeah, it is a tough one to get through.
Yeah, it is a mentally draining case, and that is our biggest problem with this case. It's not a bad case at all. The mystery may not be all that great, but the characters do help sell it. It's just the structure and presentation that hold it back for us.
And now I'm gonna talk about how good Gumshoe is in this case.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So a lot of people underestimate Gumshoe because people think, oh, he's that one blockhead of a cop. This case reveals that he's kind of a badass and a genius because you had to use a bug detector. But here's the thing: he couldn't check one out of the police precinct, so he gave you a bug detector he made himself that works.
Yeah,
and he made it in elementary school a long time ago, and it works.
Yeah, but that's not the badass part.
And here's the real badass part. Ace Attorney Investigations really shows that Shelley DeKiller, the killer of the case, is a force to be reckoned with. He's taken on entire teams of bodyguards. So here's the best way to look at it. Shelley DeKiller had a hostage, he had a weapon, yet he still chose to ran the fuck away from Gumshoe. When Gumshoe was after him, he did not want to deal with Gumshoe at all.
Think about that for a minute. Let that sink in. He didn't want to deal with the most determined detective you'll ever meet.
Because, like I said, Gumshoe is a character a lot of people underestimate because, he's
a big lug.
I will say, in case 3 of the third game, he takes on a killer and the killer's accomplice in what's probably an actual fist fight, allowing Nick and Maya to escape.
Yeah, and by the way, he crashes his car in this case, and he's fine.
Yeah, he crashes his car, hits his head, and all he needs is a small bandage. He's fine. And that's the only reason the killer got away from him, is because Gumshoe was in a car crash. But yeah, the killer, who again had a hostage and a weapon, did not want to risk dealing with Gumshoe. But yeah, I say we could put this in the great category.
Oh, really? We're gonna put
like the low end of the great category, because like we said, it's good, but the stress that the case makes you feel.
I'm sorry, but I have to disagree because
you're thinking B?
Yeah, because honestly, with how mentally draining this case is, and how hard it is to really get through. Because the last thing I want to say is the fact that you have to defend Matt, even though you know he's guilty by this point, it feels like Phoenix is spouting venom and it's killing him inside.
You know what? That's a fair point. But I will say, let's put it on the high end of B because, like we said, it's good. And yeah, you're right. Plus there's that flaw in the mystery category. Okay, now easily the best tutorial case in the series is next.
One of them. All right, let me change the music to Attorney 3.
All right, so Turnabout Memories.
Oh boy, this is a good one, guys. This is how you start a prologue of an existing franchise.
Yep, you play as Mia Fey in a flashback case where she's defending Phoenix Wright in the murder of a fellow alumni of his college.
Is it bad that I can't remember the victim's name?
Doug Swallow.
Doug Swallow, that's it.
Who is, honestly, a guy I kind of feel bad for.
Me too. He didn't deserve this.
Yeah, in fact, he seemed to have been a pretty decent person.
But yeah, let's first talk about the mystery. The mystery is actually pretty alright because the killer is somebody that you would not fully expect.
I mean, you kind of expect it, mostly because it's still a tutorial.
Yeah, but at first it's like, okay, you don't fully suspect it until you're like, oh wait, you know?
Yes. And a great character in this case, the best character in this case, aside from Mia herself, is is the prosecutor. Winston Payne is actually a force to be reckoned with in this case.
Yeah, it feels like this is where Payne was at his best in this case, because you start to realize, because the first two prologue cases, he's kind of a joke. He's a pain in the butt. But
Yeah.
but in this one, it feels like you actually see the reason why he was called the Rookie Killer.
Because he is argumentative. He puts up good counter arguments. He also
hold on a
really...
sec. We're in an ad. We're in an ad. Just give it a sec.
All right.
But whew.
Wow, that song didn't last long, did it?
Yeah. I can't seem to find a 30-minute one. Okay, are we back? Okay, as we were saying,
Winston Payne is an actual force to be reckoned with in this one. He is actually a fairly tough opponent in this one.
Yeah, like he actually argues with you. He actually shows why he had the title Rookie Killer.
Yeah, this is the case that essentially killed his confidence, let's be honest.
Yeah. But still,
it's a shame, because I honestly really like him as a character.
Yeah. He's always the good first prosecutor you deal with before you get to the main one of the game. But yeah, no, while Winston's great, the main villain is just better.
Yup.
Of this case.
Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia fucking Hawthorne.
Oh, one of the most evil characters in the series. I mean that. She is flat out evil.
Like, at first she seems sweet and innocent. You know, a girl with red hair, with beautiful red hair and wearing her Sunday best, carrying a parasol, and butterflies flying about her. You would at first think she's, not dangerous at all.
But no, she is actually a criminal mastermind.
Yeah, no, you would be wrong. She is
one of the most dangerous psychopaths in the series.
Yeah, you know what we would call her? A femme fatale.
Yep.
Like, let's be honest, she is a true femme fatale in this case.
But yeah, she is, like I said, one of the most evil villains in the series, and also the third game is the start of the series actually having an overarching antagonist to each game. With this game being, of course, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Yeah. Because
aside from two other cases, she's very involved in the game's overall story. Yeah,
and not only that, but when she shows her true colors, boy, she does not hold anything back. Like once the veil comes off, like she's like old Melina. Vicious.
So, what rank do you think this one's in?
Let's see. The mystery is
A or S, but yeah, the mystery is not that great because it's a tutorial. But personally, I think it should be the only tutorial that makes it to S because of just how good it is.
Actually, I want to argue a different case for prologue case for S.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
But
I think I know what one you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's definitely a great case. The characters are great. The presentation's great. The mystery's the only thing that suffers, and even then, it's not that bad.
And it also has one of the most unique causes of death in the series.
Yeah, poison.
No, Doug Swallow was electrocuted.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking of something else. My bad. But now, let's talk about case 2.
Oh boy. There's a lot to love about this case.
Are we gonna put this in Ace?
Yeah, I would.
You know what? I think I will too. Let's just put this right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
No.
so
No, it's not sarcasm. We're being serious here.
case two of the third game is amazing. First off, we're introduced to Godot, who is one of the best prosecutors in the series.
Not to mention one of the most charismatic, and oh my god, his theme!
Yeah, and I will say though, the one downside about Godot is while he's one of the best prosecutors in the series, his skills are as a prosecutor is probably one of the worst. But aside from that, just his pull in the story and his involvement is just fantastic.
Yeah.
But ultimately, his counter argument is always, well, do you have evidence that supports your claim?
Can you prove it?
Yeah. Instead of where other characters would actively try to, prosecutors would actively try to dismantle your arguments, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think and we will reveal it at the end of case 5, but there's a reason why he's like that. But now let's talk about this one. The mystery is actually pretty good if you ask me, because at first you would think it.
Okay, so basically, first you're trying to solve the theft of the Korean orb from a special event, and from the mysterious thief, Mask to Mask.
Yeah,
who's a phantom thief.
And can I just say it's a nice change of pace to have a theft case instead of just murder?
Yes. Granted, a murder does happen. It's actually 2 trials in 1. Because after you prove that the defendant
Ron DeLite
was elsewhere at the murder, you unfortunately proved, or not the murder, but at the time of the theft, you proved that he was at KB Security at the CEO's office. Now, here's what the big problem was. He was at KB Security at the CEO's office while the CEO was being murdered. So next thing you know, you're defending Ron DeLite for the murder of KB Security's CEO, Kane Bullard.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you're trying to figure out who could have done that. At first, and it has some great twists with this one, and
my personal favorite twist in this one is that Ron DeLite actually is the Phantom Thief.
He actually is. He's actually wearing his costume while he's incarcerated.
Yeah, everyone else, including his wife, thought he was a fanboy of the Phantom, but no. He actually is Mask to Mask. And then there's the culprit of everything behind it, including the theft and the murder, the great ace detective, Luke Atney. He is a fun killer.
Yeah, he is. You guys want a character? This guy is a character.
Here's you remember how we said the criteria of if the killer is obvious, it has to be a good housewife? This is that case because
his how done it. Let's just be honest. I'm gonna say this right now, just to quickly say this. It's ingenious.
Yeah, it's one of the. His plan was one of the smartest plans in the series.
Yeah,
okay, so basically, during the second trial, you prove that Luke Atney was the one who stole the urn. Mm-hmm. So there's just one problem with you proving that he stole the urn, because the theft actually gives him an alibi for the murder he committed.
Yeah. And this is the part where we're gonna shock you. Basically, he decided to take a small loss, go into jail for a little bit for theft, instead of going to jail and probably facing the death penalty for murder. That's how he was planning to avoid getting murdered, by taking jail time for theft, which is not much if you think about it.
Yeah, like he would probably end up in prison for like maybe, well, if he was found guilty for being mass to mass, then maybe 5 to 10 years, and which is light in comparison to being found guilty for theft
Murder.
or for murder.
Yeah. So, yeah, that is the ingenious part. Because if he's already in jail for theft, he can't be found guilty for murder.
Mm-hmm.
That was his plan. And
But
he
yeah,
almost got away with it, too.
Yeah, like, oh man. And like, even when Wright proved that Atme what faked the theft by falsifying the photo evidence, he still had no proof that Atme was at KB Security killing Kane Bullard. The ultimate proof in the end was because Atme likes to talk too much.
Uh-huh.
And he gave away a critical piece of information that reveals he was there.
Yeah.
Which was that he saw Rhonda Light there in his mask to mask outfit.
Yep, and once that happened, oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Because
whole...
at the same time of the trial for Ron's murder trial, Atme's trial for theft was going on. So the reveal that Ron went to KB Security in his mask to mask outfit was only revealed in his trial.
Yeah, and it was a blackmail letter, by the way.
Yeah. So realistically, if Atme wasn't involved, he should not have known that Ron was in his mask to mask outfit, but he knew because he was there.
But yeah, let's move on though. But let's just say this is one of the reasons why we're putting it up in Ace. The mystery is actually good with some good twists. The characters are fantastic, and the presentation was beautiful.
Yep. All right, now it's recipe for the turnabout.
I'm gonna say this right now. This is probably the real reason why people started calling the third case syndrome.
I think the real reason was due to Turnabout Big Top, but I will say, I do think Recipe for a Turnabout, like Turnabout Big Top, is overhated.
I think so too. It's a fun case. It's a weird one though.
It's a weird but actually really fun case. Like, I personally believe it belongs in the B tier. Just due to, low end of the B tier, just due to how fun it is.
Yeah. Like, I don't think it beats the other ones we have on the list.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's another how did he do it, because you're actually shown who's committing the murder in the intro.
Yeah.
But
But the how done it actually kind of saves this case when you think about it, because the how done it is actually clever.
Yeah. The one downside of the case is that every character seemed to have taken stupid pills or something.
Yeah, that's really how it feels. Like the witnesses are uncooperative. Wright gets his Magatama stolen. Maya, and by extension Mia, gets dressed up in a maid costume. And of course the villain, well, let's just be honest, he's the only saving grace of this case.
Yeah.
Honestly, because of that, I almost want to put it in C.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's put it in high end to C.
Yeah, like above or below the first two cases?
Above.
Okay.
Alright, so...
But overall, Furio... I at least want to talk about it a little bit. Furio Tigre is honestly, like, one of the best... is another really good villain in this case.
Also, it's another gumshoe-focused case, which we always love to see.
Yeah, but the main reason why this one happened, and I'm gonna be honest, the cleverness of this actually is what gets me to think this one's at least okay, because Furio Tigre
basically killed Glenn Elg, and decided to come up with a batshit plan to frame Maggie Bird for the crime, who's working as a waitress at the restaurant where the murder happened.
Yeah, and poor Maggie.
Yeah, And poor Gumshoe, he goes through the emotional ringer too.
Yeah, but the main thing to make this plan work is that Furio Tigre dressed up as Phoenix because he was able to get a hairstyle that looks like Phoenix's, and basically did such a shit job defending her that she was actually already found guilty by the time you find out about it.
Yeah. And it's not till Gumshoe comes off pissed off at you saying, "Yo, what was that performance, you moron?"
Yeah. And I feel like that's what saves this case from being a D, being D or E. It's the how done it. How the hell did he pull this off?
And as comparison to other villains who are manipulative, Furia Tigre is manipulative in the do it or I'll punch you way.
He is an intimidating villain.
And I will say, like I said earlier, so basically there's a scene where Wright and Maya are confronted by both Furio Tigre and the chef of the restaurant who owes Tigre a lot of money, Jean Armstrong.
Yep.
And so things are looking bleak when in comes Gumshoe to the rescue. And let's be honest, considering it's Tigre, I wouldn't be surprised if fists were thrown.
Yeah.
Which means Gumshoe probably successfully fought off 2 people.
He probably did.
Like I said, he's a very easy character to underestimate.
Very much so. But yeah, the characters do hold this case back, and the presentation was also just all right. It is Gumshoe is basically a badass. Yes.
Yeah, I will say, I do have mixed thoughts on the victim, Glenn Elg. Like, for one thing, I feel bad that he died because he actually got lucky.
He got so lucky that he got unlucky.
Yeah, basically, he owed money to Furio Tigre. He basically used his computer skills to make a computer virus that was worth millions on the black market. And Tigre was in debt himself to the mafia and really wanted that. So when meeting to repay Tigre for his loan, he was going to give him the computer virus. But right before he won $500,000 in the lottery, and that's what drove Tigre to murder him.
Yeah,
I will say though, the one thing I always will find weird about the case is what the fuck was Furio Tigre doing with a bottle of potassium cyanide? Did he just go out and be like, well, I'm off to my meeting. Oh wait, I gotta grab my bottle of my lucky bottle of potassium cyanide. You'll never know when I'll need that.
I mean, to be fair, he probably brought that just in case the dude refused to give up the computer virus.
Yeah, but still, that's still very weird.
Yeah, I will also say the reason why the villain was indebted to the mafia is because he accidentally got into an accident with with a mob boss's daughter, and we'll leave it at that. Now, let's move on to case 4.
Actually, but
granddaughter, but you know,
case 3-4. Honestly, it's okay, but
wasn't the bill like $2 million? How much was that bill?
It was $1 million.
It was $1 million? Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, so the next case?
Yeah, the next case.
Turnabout Reminiscence.
I'm going to say this right now. This one is just unsatisfying, but it's deliberate.
Yeah. Like it's meant to be a tragic flashback case because in case 3-1, you're playing as Mia, who's coming back to trial for the first time
in a year
after taking a break due to her previous case traumatizing her, and this is that case.
Yeah, case 3-4.
You're defending Terry Falls, an escaped convict, for the murder of Valerie Hawthorne, a police sergeant.
Yeah.
Keyword: take notice of that last name, Hawthorne.
Yeah. Now here's the first big problem. Here's the first problem of this one. Like, at first it seemed like a decent mystery. Until you meet all of the cast of characters.
Including our favorite psychopath, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But she
Yay.
wasn't known as Dahlia Hawthorne in this one.
Yeah, but she looked like her, so...
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
And considering the victim's last name is Hawthorne.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So-
it's pretty obvious who the killer is.
Yeah, because you just met her in a case a year in the future. Keep this in mind. This takes place a year before Dahlia got caught and was sent to jail. Now,
Alright.
but with case 4, like, the characters are what kind of save it for me. Like, I feel like it's still an okay case. The defendant is actually feels like a nice guy, and he feels like he went to jail for a crime he didn't commit.
Because he did go for a crime, jail for... Like, granted, he still deserved to go to jail for faking a kidnapping.
Yeah, but still. But then you also fight Edgeworth in this case.
In his first case.
Yeah. And let me tell you, I like this case because it reminds you how ruthless he was.
And we also meet a character who is in no way involved with Godot, Diego Armando. No way involved at all.
Yeah, he's
Not
your
at all,
assistant.
Steak.
He's your assistant in this case. But yeah, the cast of characters is honestly pretty alright. Right. But the presentation is what sinks
It's
it.
a case that you're designed to not be able to win.
Yeah. Well, at first it seems like you were about to get Dahlia, like, sooner than you would think, but then the defendant did something. The defendant did something that you didn't think he was going to do.
Let's just say, okay, so the character's name is Terry Falls. His name is a play off of tears falling from your eyes.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because he's in love with Dahlia, so he kills himself.
Because he started doubting her. And he promised that if either of them doubted each other, that they would poison themselves. And he
So that's the reason, and that's also the reason why Mia was so fierce about defending Phoenix, is because she wanted to take Hawthorne down.
Oh yeah.
Because also after that, Hawthorne poisoned Diego Armando and put him in a coma.
For years, by the way. But
So yeah, Hawthorne, she essentially killed Mia's first client and put her boyfriend in a coma.
yeah. And that's why this case just feels unsatisfying, but it's done intentionally. I want to put it above
Recipe? Yeah. I can agree with that.
Yeah, I almost want
Alright.
to put it in B, but yeah, no, it's C because it's an incomplete case.
Alright, so next.
Oh,
Bridge
boy.
to the turn. Can we just put that in at the top at the pinnacle of Ace right now? Let's just do that right now. Like, we don't need to explain it.
We're still going to. But yeah, I'm gonna put 10 minutes on this one because this one deserves it. Okay, where to start with this one? This one,
Morgan Fay is a bitch even if she doesn't show up. That's how we can put it.
yeah. Okay, so this case revolves around
The
Maya.
Korean channeling technique again.
Yeah, it revolves around the Korean channeling technique again, and Maya actually asks if Phoenix and Pearl could go to a resort to help her train because she's been slacking.
It's actually a temple, not a resort.
Well, sorry, you know what I mean though. But yeah, to a temple to help her train. And
By the way, if you pay attention to the map's layout, it's the same place where Case 4 takes place.
yeah, funnily enough.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing about this is that one night during the during the training, like it was after dinner and Maya was in the middle of training.
The bridge to the shrine burns down, and the children's book author and the celebrated children's book author, who was also staying there, is found stabbed to death.
Yeah, she's found stabbed to death. Phoenix runs to the bridge. It gets struck by lightning somehow.
Yeah, bad luck on Phoenix. And so
he tries to run. He tries
the burning bridge to go save Maya, and he falls into the river below.
Thankfully, he didn't die. Yeah. Hell, but he's battered and he's got a terrible cold because this was in the winter, by the way.
So here comes the first twist. For the first part of the trial, you don't play as Phoenix. You play as Edgeworth.
That's one of the best part. That's what makes this an. That's one of the first parts that makes this an ace case. You get to play as Edgeworth for a bit, and his reactions to all the strangeness that Phoenix always encounters
goes through on a daily business. He actually views us. So, like I remember when he first pointed out his first inconsistency in a testimony. And Von Karma, who's the prosecutor for that one, for the first part of the case, points out...
Franziska, by the way.
Or not Franziska, but Edgeworth points out, so this is why Phoenix usually has that smile when he points out inconsistencies. This is oddly satisfying.
But before even that... Like, Edgeworth gets the Magatama, and just his reactions to all the crazy shit that Phoenix goes through on a daily basis is comedy gold.
Yes.
It is very funny. And then...
Basically, Edgeworth is a trope that is called the comedically serious. And because, well, he takes things serious. He's a consummate professional.
He's a straight man.
Mm-hmm.
And just seeing all the hilarity, like seeing him react makes it really funny. But I will also say, the reason why Franziska gets to prosecute for this case at first is because Edgeworth, since he's a prosecutor, he can't just switch to being a defense lawyer, but he still also wants to help Phoenix. So what does he do?
He makes arrangements. First off, he uses his connections to make sure that the judge is not someone he regularly dealt with in the past.
Yeah.
That it was a different judge. That he's only dealt with once.
And he's pretty sure the judge wouldn't remember him that well.
Mm-hmm.
Which he doesn't. And then he also managed to get the one prosecutor that he trusts would keep her mouth shut.
Yep, his little sister, Franziska.
Not biologically, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But still pretty much still siblings, let's be honest.
Yeah. And let me tell you this. You could see Franziska was actually looking forward to it because this is her one chance to actually take on her biggest rival.
Edgeworth.
Yeah. And
also, we get a shock at who our primary investigation partner is when Phoenix is back in status.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say the one downside to the third game in general is we didn't mention this in the Stolen Turnabout, but in this one and in Stolen Turnabout, Larry returns and he starts his downward spiral as a character.
Yeah, kinda. Like at first it's not too bad, and in this case it's like when you finally dissect his mess of a testimony, you find out something really shocking that even he couldn't have made up.
Yeah, basically, Elise Donham, the victim, was actually killed at the shrine.
So how did she get to the temple?
Someone used the ropes at the rope bridge, which was already burning at the time, to pendulum her across the way.
And that's what Larry saw, and he did actually a pretty decent picture of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The one bright side is this case is that it actually shows Larry's actual passion for art, which I think was kind of apparent in the first case too, because keep in mind, the man made a working clock of the thinker.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Anyway, let's continue on with disregarding Larry. So now we're getting to the second part, where Phoenix is recovered, and Phoenix's primary investigation partner for the second part is actually Franziska.
yeah, this is one of the parts where I actually start to respect her, but it's also like she's also a bit of a pain to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Like when they reunite with Pearl, and Pearl makes it clear that she does not like Franziska for how she was during Maya's trial in the previous game. You could see that actually hurts Franziska.
Yeah. But the main part of this investigation is to figure out what happened, and honestly, Franziska is pretty helpful because, she has grounded logic. She's one of the most grounded characters in the series, if you ask me.
Yeah. And by the end of it, you still don't have any clue what's really going on. It's only during the trial where you start to piece things together.
Yeah, and that's honestly how I enjoy it personally. Like
but now that Nick is back in capacity and the bridge is repaired, who else returns? Godot to face Nick one last time.
Yeah, and let me tell you, their showdown is epic.
Yeah, at the end of the case, everything comes together. Like it turns out the entire case was actually a murder attempt on Maya's life, masterminded by Morgan Fay.
Yeah, and
basically, I'm sorry, you go first.
Okay, basically, she was planning to summon a spirit that has a grudge against Maya, and to basically try to kill her. And here's the next big twist that makes this case so good.
The spirit is Dahlia Hawthorne. She was executed for her murder of Doug Swallow.
Yeah, she was actually executed. She was on death row and execured, but she was still summoned to deal with Maya.
Basically, Morgan more or less tricked Pearl into summoning her.
But she couldn't do it, by the way.
There's so many multiple twists. But yeah, she couldn't. Good. But yeah, Pearl couldn't do it because the first time Pearl tried, she couldn't do it because someone else was channeling Maya. The victim, Elise Donham, aka Misty Faye, Mia and Maya's mother.
Yeah, their mother got wind of what was happening and decided to try to stop it by channeling Dahlia instead.
And basically, the whole thing was a plan of Godot's to protect Maya's life.
Yeah. And
because since, as pretty much sarcastically denied earlier, but obvious, Godot and Diego Armando are the same person.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels regret that he was in a coma when Mia died.
Yeah, and so this was why the plan Godot did this plan to basically protect Maya, because at the very least, if he couldn't protect Mia, he could at least protect her little sister.
Yeah, and that's when the tragedy happened, though, because in order to stop Pearl from channeling Dahlia's spirit, Misty channeled Dahlia's spirit herself, and Dahlia went to go, kill Maya. And who was there protecting Maya? Albeit Maya didn't really see him, only his red lights from his masks,
his visor. Yeah.
Yeah, and the person who killed Elise Donham was none other than Godot.
And that is where the tragedy is, because you once you figure this out, you basically have to point the finger at him. even though he did it to defend Maya, and basically I think he did it as redemption. You still have to point to him as the culprit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad.
It's one of the most saddest, yet at the same time satisfying cases, because this whole time, Godot went into that trial not planning on walking out.
Yeah, I think so too. And
that moment when he sees Maya's spirit in Nick is great.
Yeah. I also want to say one thing before we move on. After this case, Mia doesn't appear anymore to help because, well, she's not needed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, think about that for a sec. Mia, like, by this point, Phoenix has already proven that he's a very capable lawyer, and you will see that in future cases. And yeah, he doesn't need his teacher to watch over him anymore. So yeah, this is the last case you see Mia.
All right, so
man,
next...
we really went into that case.
All right, next is actually probably one of my personal favorite prologue cases.
What? Sorry.
I don't know. I just like the fact that Ace Attorney Investigations has a more focus on the actual investigation aspect of the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's something I actually really like.
Aura says, why wouldn't it be considered self-defense? Because he stabbed
her in the back.
He stabbed her in the back, and Godot was not the one targeted. So sadly, it was not self-defense because Godot was not being attacked, stabbed her in the back, so it is still considered murder.
All right, so the first case of the first Ace Attorney Investigations game. It's a case that I actually really like because it introduces us to Edgeworth's style of thinking, which I actually really like.
Yeah, but I will say the reason why it's called Investigations is because it's only investigations. No courtroom is really involved.
Mm-hmm. I will say I do think I think it's a prologue case, so it's nothing too special, but I think it should go on the right behind Rise from the Ashes.
Okay, but we'll talk about this a little bit.
Returning home from abroad, Edgeworth is surprised to be held at gunpoint in his own office by a mysterious intruder. But also, not only is he held at gunpoint, he also found the body of a man of Detective Buddy Faith, shot to death in his office.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Ryan. Yeah, but yeah, and that's one of the big things.
Mm-hmm. You actually get to fully investigate the crime scene because you actually walk around as Edgeworth, and it controls very well.
Yeah, it controls pretty well. You see that Edgeworth likes to think with logic. Basically, you put two things together, and if they're related, the logic starts to flow.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, like unlike the previous tutorial cases, the tutorial case for this one pretty much teaches you how the entire game works.
Yeah, and I feel like it does a good job of that.
Yeah, it does. And plus, there's the killer, Jacques Sportsman, who is fairly entertaining in his own right, being just, like I said, a jock.
Yeah, he's a prosecutor. Oh, and by the way, you still do see Payne in the background of this case.
Yeah, Payne appears in the in the tutorial case as background characters in both this one and the second one's first case. They're just keeping it canonical that he shows up in the first case.
Every first case.
Yes, and I love it.
Anyway, but yeah, like overall, the mystery is actually pretty decent. The characters, while limited, is still pretty alright. And honestly, the presentation of this is honestly
pretty solid.
Pretty solid. It's a pretty solid first case.
And I will say this is the first This is when the actual villainous breakdown started to get more crazy and animated.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue it started in Apollo Justice, but I think it truly started in this one.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you have fucking Jock Sportsman biting on his gold medal so nervously that he fucking eats it.
Yeah. Although I will say, before we get into that, I at least want to say for Case 5, Dahlia had probably one of the most memorable breakdowns.
This is true. The fucking exorcism.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to Case 2, Turnabout Airlines.
Yeah, this one I actually feel like is still good.
I think it's good too. Like, it's one that no one really talks about.
And it's a shame because the mystery I feel like is actually pretty alright. And I like on how in order to prevent himself from being arrested, Edgeworth literally had to talk his way out of it. And I will say
Edgeworth, while on a jumbo airline line home, Edgeworth discovers the body of Interpol agent Akbe Hicks. And the airline stewardess, Rhonda Tenero, suspects it might be him and has him detained.
Yeah, but basically Edgeworth managed to talk his way out of at least being able to investigate. Can I at least say before we continue, I also like the fact that, it still brings up some character with Edgeworth because he actually passed out during the flight because of turbulence. He's afraid of earthquakes. He never fully got over that, and he gets so scared of the turbulence because it feels like an earthquake that he passes out. And then also he's reluctant to take the elevator afterwards.
Yeah, it's because the DL6 incident, while he was in an elevator with his father, an earthquake happened, and next thing you know, his father's dead.
So even though was found innocent of that,
he still has a crippling fear of earthquakes and anxiety about elevators.
Yeah. And I like that he never fully got over that.
Yeah, and then there's the one downside of this case is I think there are some underutilized aspects, like for example the airplane captain. He's basically a side character that you don't really talk to.
Francesca does, and boy, when you hear the whip and hear him yell out, it's like, ooh, that's gotta hurt.
But yeah, let's not forget to discuss the best part of Ace Attorney Investigations. Our sidekick character is not Maya, it's Gumshoe.
Yeah, Gumshoe helps out for a lot of these cases.
All
right, Aura.
So while the mystery and the fact that the victim fell to death on an airplane is interesting as hell, the fact is though, just the lack of characters makes the reveal that it's the sleepy airheaded attendant not really too surprising, which I think bogs it down just a bit.
I kind of agree with that when you really think about it, but she still kind of catches you off guard when she reveals her
real
true colors.
Personality comes out.
Yeah, it's like it still catches you off guard, and I like when they do that.
And then like she was faking being asleep by using a bubble blowing thing.
Yeah, and honestly, this is one of the reasons why I feel like this is still a good case because of the characters. Both airline stewardesses are actually pretty good characters.
All right, so now move on to the next, the kidnap turnabout. Yeah, I agree with that. Like it's the third case and it's kind of forgettable, and honestly,
I had a tough time when we reviewed it.
Its pacing is kind of a mess.
Yeah. When we reviewed it, I was actually having trouble remembering it that well until we really talked about it, because we were reviewing it last night.
Yeah, like, okay, so while doing an exchange for while doing a ransom payoff for kidnapping, Edgeworth is knocked out, and he wakes up trapped in a building and is rescued by Kay Faraday.
Yeah.
A thief.
Yeah, a thief that he.
And then later on, they discover the dead body of Oliver Deacon, the butler of the family of the kidnapped victim.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't take too long to find out it was that the kidnapping was actually faked.
And that our victim is actually a murderer.
Yeah, the kidnapping victim, is actually the one who killed him.
Mm-hmm.
It was because of an argument.
Yeah, basically, it's the victim's girlfriend was actually the victim, or not the victim. The kidnapped victim's girlfriend was the murder victim's daughter, and it's highly implied that Lance, the killer, or more or less threatened the murder victim, saying, "I'll do something to your daughter if you don't help."
Yeah,
it's implied.
It's implied. It's never really said. But still, I do like the maid of this case, though. Like, she is kind of adorable in this one.
She's a dork, and it's great.
Yeah, but
and then there's Ernest Amano, the killer's father, or as I like to call him, Uncle Moneybags.
I love that. But yeah, at first he seems like, really. Well, I can't think of anything else earnest in terms of helping you out, in terms of getting his son back. But once you start accusing him of
his son of murder, he actively obstructs you.
Yeah, by buying the crime scene and basically saying since he owns it, you're not allowed to investigate it,
which causes Kay to use her little thief to create a reenactment of it.
Yeah, and it works, and it's really fun to do those. I love the little thief segments.
Mm-hmm. And this case is more of a tutorial for her little thief segments. But I will say the downside is, since you're more or less deducing a crime scene that you've never been to.
Yeah.
It does make things a lot more complicated and not as fun.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with this case. It's a little too complicated for its own good. It tries to be a complicated case, but it just overcomplicates things, you know?
Which really drags the pacing down. Which is a shame, because they brought back a bunch of legacy characters for fan service, such as Emma Skye, and of course, the one true love to Miles Edgeworth, Wendy Oldbag.
Yeah. God, poor Edgeworth. Also,
God.
Also,
his reaction when he saw Oldbag was hilarious. He's like, "No! Why here? Why now?"
I love that. You also could see Phoenix, Pearl, and Maya in the background on a boat, if you look hard enough.
Yeah.
So it's a good case. It's just bogged down.
All right. So next is easily the best case in this game.
Case 4. What was it called?
I can't remember its name off the top of my head.
Yeah. Either way, though, this case is actually really good because it's a flashback case. It's a flashback to what was supposed to be Edgeworth's first case, and you actually see on how Manfred was towards Edgeworth.
Which, to say abusive would be an understatement.
I wouldn't say fully abusive,
verbally
but
abusive.
Yeah, no, verbally abusive. Like he demanded perfection, like you would expect.
But most importantly, the best part of the case is we actually get to see why Gumshoe is so fucking loyal to Edgeworth.
And why is
And
that?
it's how they met.
Yeah,
And
it is
it's-
how they met, and it's fantastic. Basically, Gumshoe gets in trouble because he's suspected of actually murdering the defendant and witness of what was supposed to be
the
Edgeworth.
defendant and previous prosecutor.
Oh yeah, the defendant and previous prosecutor of the of what was supposed to be Edgeworth's first case.
Edgeworth was called in as a substitute prosecutor after the defendant accused the prosecutor of being the person who hired him to kill the victim. And that, but while waiting for things outside, after a while, a gunshot is heard, and inside the room that Gumshoe was guarding the entire time, are found the two bodies of the defendant and the previous prosecutor, Vern Faraday and Macrell.
Yeah, fun name.
Disregarding Macrell.
Yeah, we are also introduced to somebody you will see in the next case, which we will get to. But Detective Bad, and let me tell you, he does look bad, like badass. Like he has bullet holes in his trench coat. He looks like a really grizzled detective, and he's the boss of Gumshoe.
Yeah, and there's the laughing lawyer Callista Yu.
Oh yeah, like seriously, this chick has a really messed up sense of humor that she busts out laughing at almost everything.
Yeah, she's you can't even get through moments of Edgeworth speaking without breaking into uncontrollable laughter.
Yeah, and this is why we're talking about we're basically talking about characters right now and why this case is good. But we also get introduced to a little Franziska von Karma.
And a little Kay Faraday, who is the victim's daughter.
Yeah. And I'm going to say this right now. Both of them are kind of adorable in this one. Even Franziska and her sassy attitude and, her tendency to whip anything she doesn't agree with.
Yeah, using a riding crop as a teenager.
Yeah, using a riding crop as a teenager.
Oh, I'm sorry, not a teenager, a tween.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, I like this case because, it shows how Gumshoe and Edgeworth met, and it's also what shows why he's so loyal to him, because Edgeworth possibly saved Gumshoe's life because Gumshoe was the primary suspect in the murder.
Oh, by the way, it's also good because you also, for the first time, get to question the judge.
Yes, the great Judgini returns.
Yeah, you actually get to question him, and he's like, man, if this is what it's like to be questioned, I have to apologize to some witnesses.
Yes. And the mystery also is actually pretty good.
I agree. Like, it's somebody you would not suspect, too.
Yeah, the killer was actually Callista Yu.
And
Yu, the lawyer. And the thing is, she has had no motive to commit the murder. That her motive is revealed in the next case.
yeah.
Which we will get to in a bit.
But yeah, she's actually a good villain, and also a hell of a surprise, because who would suspect a defense attorney?
But yeah, I think we can put this one in A.
You know what? I agree. This one is a really good case. Let's see, where to put it, though?
We'll just put it in the middle.
Okay.
Because I don't think... here's probably one of our more controversial ones.
Yeah, because I'm going to say this right now.
We hate this case.
Case 5. Turnabout ablaze. Before we even get into it, this is where it's going! And I've got words!
Yeah, okay, so this case has one problem. It's just that one problem is such a glaring, huge problem, it's impossible to ignore.
Yeah. First, let me just say this right now. Mystery, pretty good. Not gonna lie. Actually enjoyed it. The presentation...
The mystery's good until you get to the end.
The presentation is pretty good until you get to the end. And the characters are actually also pretty good.
Until you get to the end.
Yeah, it's the end of this case that hurts it so much.
So we forgot. You want to know something sad? The Ace Attorney Investigations rival character Shilong Lang is so forgettable. We didn't even mention him before.
Oh yeah.
Because he appears in Kidnapped Turnabout in his portraits right there.
Yeah.
But yeah. So basically, you're investigating the murder of Manny Cochin, who is the assistant to one of the ambassadors of a foreign nation embassy that you're visiting.
Yeah, and honestly, it is honestly a real mystery of finding out of who killed him. You go through Little Thief, you try to figure it out, and at first, and this is one of the things I do like about it, Francesca actually gets accused of it at first, and I will say that this is when I started to really respect Francesca, because I thought about it and I'm like, she's many things.
Yeah.
But she's not a murderer.
Yeah, and it was Lang who accused her, but he did it mostly for strategic reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wanted to, because he did it as a way to get people to make it so that the actual crime scene could be investigated.
Ah.
But
that's right.
Yeah, so Lang and his assistant Sheena, Sheena is actually Callista Yu, the killer from the flashback.
But you don't know that for a while.
Yeah. So as you start investigating, it looks like you finally confront Sheena, and it starts to look like she's the actual killer. This is when things, and after you get her final breakdown where she laughs like a mad demon.
Yeah, and that's what gives her away, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You think that if the case ended there by capturing Callista Yu, it would have been fine. I would have put it at B.
Mm-hmm.
B, C, around there.
But here's the thing. The mystery takes kind of a downward spiral because there's only 2 suspects left, because it becomes kind of clear Callista Yu was an accomplice, not the actual killer.
Yeah, and then...
But then you're like, well, who's the killer? Well, let's see. There's only 2 ambassadors, and only one of them's been actively helpful, so it's probably not him.
Yeah. Once you finally confront Quercus Alba, that is when the case goes into a fucking downward spiral because of 2 words. 2 fucking words. Diplomatic immunity.
Oh my
god.
Gosh. If you can't skip dialogue, taking down Quercus Alba as the killer could take up to 2-3 hours.
Exactly, Ryan.
He just drags everything from this point was actually okay, and then the minute you actually accuse Quercus Alba of being the ultimate villain, things just go downhill so quickly.
Yeah, because he's so hard to bring down. Because everything about him is like you have to not only confirm that it is him, but you also have to fight through his fucking diplomatic immunity. And anytime you start making some headway to actually bringing him down, he says, "Screw you! I have diplomatic immunity. It's not your problem." And
yeah,
and it gets so annoying to just taking him down. That by the time you actually finally bring him down, his breakdown's not even that satisfying. And when you beat him,
his gimmick is that his gimmick is that he's plant based and he looks like, kind of like tree bark. So his breakdown is supposed to be reminiscent of a tree being chopped down, which it's creative. I'll give him that.
But his breakdown's not satisfying, and when you beat him, it's like it doesn't even feel satisfying. I honestly felt like freaking finally.
Yeah, like here's the thing: when you finally take down Matt on guard, it is satisfying because you were finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. By the time you bring down Quercus Alba, it's like, oh, thank fuck, I never want to do that again.
Yeah, just oh my god,
he's just not a fun villain. Like the entire confrontation with him just drags the case out for the worst.
Yeah, hang on a sec because an ad. We've been going at this for 2 hours and I think we're halfway through.
Yeah.
But yeah, just do you like how I said at the start I have words?
Yes. Don't worry, I'll have similar words when we get to my most hated case.
But okay, so back to what we were saying because of ad. Just overall, he's so unfun to bring down that it's annoying. Like he's probably one of the longest villains to take down once you actually figure out that it's him. And it's all because of his diplomatic immunity.
And the worst part is, at one point he even confesses, but says, but then it still doesn't work because of his diplomatic immunity. So you have to prove that he killed the victim in a place that takes place in your country, which is the theater area.
Yeah. Like, seriously, you have to go into so much of a beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's annoying and a headache. I'm sorry I'm shouting, but God, I have words for this case.
Alright, well, let's end the words and move on to the next game.
Okay. But actually, let's take a small break because I need something to drink and I need to use the bathroom.
Good idea, I gotta use the bathroom too.
Alright, so we will be right back, everyone. Because I need a drink after that rant. Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Me too. All right. Oh man, man, I feel actually good about getting that off my chest.
What, your hatred of Quercus Alba?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is.
Worst Ace Attorney villain, hands down.
Indeed.
All right. I will also say that I will also say that now that we're base nice Ender. But yeah, just diplomatic immunity bullshit is just absolute bullshit. But yeah, we've got a lot of good and okay cases right now.
Yep.
But all right, let's talk about Investigations 2 because Investigations 1 is pretty all right except for the finale. Investigations 2
great. 2 is a fantastic game.
Yeah, 2 is, and it's so sad that it never got. It's so sad that it never got localized, but it also makes sense because of. It also makes sense because I don't. Before we get into the case, I at least want to tell you guys the main reason why Investigations 2 never came out came out over here and is a Japan only until they
It's
did
because the first game did not do that well.
It sold so poorly here that it didn't even pay for the localization.
Mm-hmm. So as a result, there's a fans translation that most people, ourselves included, treat as canon.
Yeah, we treat it as canon, and I'm gonna say this right now, Capcom themselves, and I think even Shu Takumi, gave the fan translation their blessing and said, "Yeah, we want people to at least some of you to be able to play this game, so we will allow this fan-made translation to exist."
Yeah, because we have not heard of any people going after it at all. So we think Capcom's secretly okay with the fan translation because, like I said, no one's went after it really.
Yeah, and I think Shu Takumi gave it his blessing too. It's because you know him; he wants people to experience the stories he makes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
all right, so let's start. Turnabout Bullet.
Is that what it's called?
Yep, the Turnabout Bullet.
Now, this case, I feel like has to be in either A or B.
I'd say high B.
Like above.
Yeah.
Ooh. So yeah, it's above. For us, it is above the Turnabout. Farewell, My Turnabout.
And how fitting that we have two cases where Shelly the Killer appears are next to each other.
Yeah, that's funny. He apparently makes some good cases, but yeah, Shelly the Killer actually appears in this one. And
yep. And while investigating the attempted assassination of
a foreign president,
of the foreign president of Shilong Lang's nation, I have to look up the name of the nation. It's been
a while.
But yeah, the fan's translation name was Jijung Huang, I believe.
Yeah, but yeah, during the attempted assassination, though, you later find out, after investigating a little bit, you later find out that one of the bodyguards was actually killed, and Shelly the Killer was there, and he respected the man so much that he actually wanted you to investigate it to find out who killed him.
Yeah, like he respected Ethan Rook, the victim, because Rook, like Gumshoe, made the killer sweat.
Yeah.
In fact, he broke the killer's arm.
Yeah, which is why when you see the killer, he seems to be just an ordinary. Well, the sad thing is because his face is has stitches in the middle, you immediately know it's him. But he's selling ice cream and he has a cast on his arm. Kill?
Yep.
Okay, making sure you're there. But overall, the mystery of who did it is honestly not that bad, because you wouldn't think it was his partner.
Yeah, until he starts speaking poorly about the victim. Then you kind of think, yeah, it was probably him.
Yeah, basically. Mr. Knightley.
Horace Knightley.
Yeah, Horace Knightley is basically the culprit of this one, and I forget.
Zhang Fa is the name of the nation.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, I actually don't remember why he wanted to kill Rook. Is it bad? Is that bad?
Why? Oh, it's because Knightley was jealous of him. Where Rook successfully fought back D-Killer, D-Killer put Knightley's neck in a brace.
Yeah. Like, almost killed Knightley, too.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so Knightley was very jealous, and his envy of the man eventually turned into hatred, which eventually turned into homicidal rage. So that the minute that after the fake assassination attempt happened, and Dijuan Huang went into the planes in their private jet's panic room. The minute Huang was out of sight, Knightley shot Rook.
Yeah. And honestly, how you pin it on him is actually really clever. Because let's be honest, Knightley is very fidgety.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's very fidgety. He messed with the evidence, and you were able to prove that he was able to shoot it. Evidence. Yeah, you were able to prove it, and yeah, the mystery was pretty all right. The characters are great in this case.
You get to meet Nicole Swift, a lot of Hart's assistant, who is the main suspect, basically Knightley's fall guy.
Yeah. And Shelly the Killer is just great.
Mm-hmm.
But
all right,
overall, it's a good case. Overall, it's a good case.
All right, so the imprisoned turnabout. Here we get to meet Sebastian the Best and the game's main rival, Judge
Courtney.
Justine Courtney.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say this right now, Sebastian, he's a brat.
Yeah, he's a brat. He's a dork, but at the same time, he's kind of hard to hate.
Yeah, he's kind of hard to hate, but let's be honest, the one who's really the brains of the outfit is Judge Courtney when it comes to arguing with you.
A member of the prosecutorial investigation committee dedicated to making sure that prosecutors are still up for the job, is heading an investigation on Edgeworth, because Edgeworth has been doing a lot more defense attorney-esque actions as of late.
Right. Now, here's the first twist on why I think we should at least put this in A or B. The first twist, the killer of the last case dies in this case.
Yeah.
He's the victim.
Horace Knightley is actually the victim of this case, which is a huge twist all on its own.
Yeah. And then you basically get to investigate the prison, talk to a couple of prisoners, and this is one of the reasons why I want to put it high, is because the characters are great, and you get a bit of fan service with this one by questioning Frank Sawit, the killer of the very first case.
Yeah, like, we don't know why he's here, but we're glad he is. And also the other prisoners are unique. Like, there's Jay Elbert, the boxer prisoner, and then there's Ciaran Dogan. Oh boy.
Oh boy. He's actually intimidating.
He is D-Killer's equal.
Yeah. Very much so. And he's blind too.
Mm-hmm. He's a blind assassin who committed murders with the help of his seeing eye dog.
And don't mess with his dog. Seriously. He's a big dog!
Yeah, the dog is there mostly because the warden has a thing for animals.
Yeah, the warden has a thing for animals, so everyone in the... Actually, what? Wait, is his dog named Anubis? Wait, wasn't it named Anubis?
I think so. Let me check.
Actually, yeah. So, but either way, though, the prison actually had a special thing where everyone gets an animal to take care of to help them, well,
Rehabilitate
by taking care of
Yeah,
an
the
animal.
dog's name is Anubis.
Yes, it actually is Anubis. So because Dogen already had a pet, he got to keep his.
Mm-hmm.
But-
yeah, so Dogen, through intimidation,
Actually runs the
started his own smuggling ring in prison.
Yeah, he basically runs the prison because of how intimidating he is. His cell's huge too, by the way.
Yeah, and speaking of killers, we have to talk about the warden.
Yeah, sadly, the warden is one of the weaker villains of the series.
Yeah, basically, Dogen has been casually threatening her throughout the years, and so when a weapon was found on Knightley, out of her paranoia, she panicked and killed him.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right.
Thinking that it was one of Dogen's hitmen out to get her.
Yeah. I will say though, her breakdown's kind of great.
Mm-hmm. And we have to talk about the main suspect, the police suspect. The biggest wimp who's ever wimped, Simon Keyes.
Yeah, Simon Keyes is one of the new people to help with the very big circus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's another animal trainer and clown.
Yeah, and honestly, he's a wimp.
Mm-hmm. But none of these are the actual star of the case, because since Edgeworth is being investigated, we don't get our lovely assistant Gumshoe. We get someone more eccentric, the great Raymond Shields.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is where Raymond Shields comes in, and Raymond Shields is
the assistant to Gregory Edgeworth.
Miles' father.
Yeah, he inherited Gregory Edgeworth's practice when he died.
Yeah. But here's the question though: where do we put this one?
I would say maybe, because there is some moments of filler in this case that just kind of feel a bit off.
Where to put it?
I think it's worse than Turnabout Bullet, so let's put it after Farewell My Turn.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. This one. This one is...
Well, we're moving that straight to the ace category right now, aren't we?
Actually, where do we put this?
I think there's good.
Right here?
Mm-hmm. Because this case
is
actually
so
rewrites
good.
So much. Holy
Yeah.
crap. It's really good, and it rewrites a lot of things.
Without hurting it, by the way. It rewrites in a good way. Because this is called the Inherited Turnabout. And this one actually lets you get to play as Gregory Edgeworth during his final case before he died.
He's trying to solve the murder of Pierre Hoquet, a French sculptor and baker.
Yeah, and
he's defending the founder of a competition, Jeff Masters.
Yeah, he's defending him, and let me first say, again, the first part of this that makes it so good is the fact that you're playing as Gregory during his final case, and Raymond also shows that he was a little more eccentric when he was younger.
He fucking ate his notes
because he thought that would help him remember them better. He was weird.
Yeah.
But playing as him, you also get to feel like you get to see what Miles inherited from his father in terms of mannerisms, in terms of personality. Like, his father was a serious but also a very kind man.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, many times when you investigate something, Gregory will muse, I wonder if my son would like this.
yeah, he's constantly thinking about his son too, and it's great. Like, you can tell he's a very caring father, and I respect the shit out of that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he playing as Gregory is great. He even has a kick-ass theme song. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he does. And then you also get to have a not rematch, but you also get to match wits once again with Manfred von Karma
as Gregory Edgeworth.
I just realized I put 2-3 next to 1-4.
That's so fitting.
I know, right? Anyway,
but yeah, suddenly everything changes when the body of Pierre Hoquet mysteriously disappears.
Yeah.
Then we jump back to present time.
Yeah. Before we get into that, I have to say that this part is basically where everything took a turn for the worse, and this is how we got into 1-4 because the body disappearing. Gregory points the finger at Manfred von Karma for messing with evidence, and because of that, well, DL6 happens because Manfred gets his very first penalty. He never recovers from the shock of that, and because of that, it turns Manfred into
a murderer.
Yeah.
His boss, the chief prosecutor at the time, actually ordered had a fake autopsy made of the victim, and Von Karma didn't know that was fake.
Yeah.
So Von Karma was actually
innocent.
Yeah, he was very thorough and intimidating, but at the time when he was accused of making forged evidence, he didn't actually make that evidence. So yeah, that penalization on his perfect record was something he actually did not deserve.
No, he didn't. And then when we jump back to the present, this is why it's called the Inherited Turnabout, because the body of Pierre suddenly appears in the fountain out of nowhere, and Miles basically takes it upon himself to finish what his father could not.
Yep. The one downside of this one is it's a pretty simple mystery, but that doesn't change the fact of how good it is.
Yeah, the mystery is the only thing that is being brought down, and even then, it's the story of this one, the presentation.
Miles is there because he's investigating the attempted murder of Dame Gustavia at an art expose of the late Pierre Hoquet. And it's eventually revealed that by setting the Pierre Hoquet's body was inside one of the ice sculptures, and that the killer, and that the person who committed the assault on Gustavia set up a trap to poison the killer when he went to go check and destroy the sculpture that the body was in. So when Gustavia did that, it revealed that he was actually the killer.
Yeah.
So the fact that Gustavia was the victim of the assault proves that he was the killer.
Yeah. And it's like so even though the mystery is pretty simple, it's the characters, the presentation, just everything else about this case that makes it an ace case.
Yeah. In fact, one of the best parts is that you actually managed to catch Gustavia due to a loophole, because he was out of the nation for a couple of years, so he was laughing about how the statutes of limitations expired even by the time he returned. But then you find out when he returned, there was a storm that delayed his flight. So it was extended by just one more day.
That day.
The day of the case that takes place, then, allowing Gustavia to be sentenced for his crimes and arrested.
Yeah, and it's such a satisfying way to really end Gregory Edgeworth's final case, and it feels very, very satisfying to be like, because it's the emotion of it, of like you finally, like, Miles did what his father could not, and that
Jeff Masters' innocence.
Yep, and Jeff Masters finally got to go free.
Downside is his adopted daughter went to jail for attempted murder of Dame Gustavia, but she probably won't be there that long.
Yeah, but it's still just a very heartfelt ending, and I feel like that's why this case deserves to be an ace case.
All right, so next, the Forgotten Turnabout.
Is it bad that before we reviewed it, I had actually forgotten about it?
No. All right, so this is the case where you take on the guy who had that autopsy report previously mentioned, forged. Blaise de Best, the father of Sebastian de Best. He's the killer of this case. He killed a fellow member of the prosecutorial investigation committee, Jill Crane.
And honestly, like, the mystery is honestly not that great for this one, and honestly,
it doesn't
I didn't
help
really
that the minute
care.
you see Blaise de Best, you think, "Wow, you look absolutely evil as fuck. You're probably the guy."
Yeah, and then also you don't really care that much for the victim. The main reason why you're doing it is because Kay Faraday is being a suspect of this, and also she lost her memory. Like, she was badly injured when you meet her at first for this case. She's badly injured.
She wasn't even badly injured. It's just the nurse went overboard with the bandages.
Oh yeah, that's right. But she did take a bad hit to the head.
Yeah.
And lost her memory, and honestly, that's the main reason why you're doing this case.
Is to prove Kay innocent. But yeah, like, there's a part where you're in jail and you're just confronting Blaise de Best, and in a logic chess segment, which is the gimmick of this game.
Yeah.
And honestly, the logic, it's probably the best part of the case, but at the same time, by the end of that de Best is the guy.
Yeah, that's very true. And then and then when you actually bring him down, when you're trying to bring him down in office, I like on how Edgeworth, in a fit of defiance, actually throws away his badge to try to take him down.
But yeah, I will say, de Best probably has, like, one of my favorite breakdowns, just due to how ridiculous it is. The lighter he's playing with, it erupts like a fucking volcano, burning his fucking beard off.
And revealing a skull tattoo on his chin.
Scar.
Well, yeah, Scar. But what I will say, though, the one thing that I gotta give credit to this case for doing is giving Sebastian some much needed development. Because before, he was just a brat that clearly doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
But
in this one, I think Franziska also can actually, memory serves, in the next case, she actually empathizes with him.
Actually, it was this case.
Oh yeah.
It was this.
I think it's in both, actually.
Yeah, but either way, the reason why is because Sebastian is now doubting his father. You could see it in his eyes. He's doubting his father, thinking that he is actually a killer. And Franziska sympathizes because it's like, it's one of the harder things to acknowledge when somebody you looked up to could actually be the killer.
Yeah, like, it's something she went through because remember, Manfred von Karma, her father, is the one who killed Gregory Edgeworth.
And he's in prison for it.
Well, actually, he's dead.
Yeah, I guess he would be, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it confirmed that he died before the events of the second game.
And it was probably the shock because he was an old man by then.
Mm-hmm.
The shock of being,
Yeah. Anyway.
But overall, where do we put this though? Because do we just put it as okay?
Yeah, I'd put it in the low end of okay, I think. Yeah, about there.
Right here.
Mm-hmm. All right, next, the Grand Turnabout. Oh boy, this one is
a doozy.
Yeah.
This is when they started actually making the final case a bit of a monster to get through.
Yeah, I would argue, like, of all the final cases, this one's probably, like, one of the most ambitious, because it takes place throughout the entire city.
Yeah. It, like, at first it's a movie studio, then it's the courtroom, then you use Little Thief to go back in time on another one, and then you go to the circus. It like, the one thing I feel like holds it back is that I feel like maybe it was a little too ambitious.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so context, while exiting the prosecutorial investigation committee, right outside the Grand Tower, someone yells that there's a dead body at the filming site, literally outside the tower. And there they find the body of President Ji Junhuang from Zhangfa.
Yeah.
Who was
the guy you
crushed to death.
Yeah. The guy that you talked to in the first case, by the way.
Mm-hmm. And let me just say, oh boy, this case is a doozy.
Yeah, that's why I'm putting 10 minutes on it.
So you're trying to... So first off, you get to talk with Will Powers, which is always great. And Penny Nichols, too, I guess.
Yeah. And you find out that he was probably crushed by the prop Muzilla.
Mm-hmm. But,
that's what they were filming.
Yeah. After a while, you prove that, nope, it wasn't the Muzilla statue, but what was the murder weapon?
He fell.
No, he didn't.
Oh, wait, no, that's right. It was a balloon, I think? I can't remember.
He was crushed by the basket of a hot air balloon.
Right.
And after a while, it's like, we need to talk about the big reveal, though.
Oh.
The one who's responsible for everything, for every case, the one who manipulated everything, is none other than the wimpy guy from the prison turnabout, Simon Keyes.
Yeah, that's what makes this case so good. I honestly want to put it in Ace as well.
I would put it at the top of A, to be honest.
You know what? Yeah, it's got a couple problems because it's a little too ambitious, but other than that.
But yeah, like the final confrontation with Simon Keyes, it's everything that the confrontation with Kirkus Alba should have been.
Exactly. Like, because here's the thing, you would see him now and then throughout most of the game, but when he's revealed to be the mastermind of everything at the end of this one, it's a hell of a surprise. I'm pretty sure even Kill didn't see it coming.
No, I didn't.
And that's how good it is, because he's this wimpy guy you think is probably one of the nicest people. He's just a big wimp. Turns out to be the mastermind.
Turns out he was Matt Ongard 2.0.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what makes the mystery so good. It catches you off guard really well.
Yeah, and ultimately what gets him at the end is that he basically says when you finally point out that he's the manipulator who orchestrated all the previous murders, he's like, yeah, so what? I actually didn't kill anyone though. So that's when you actually accuse him of being the one who killed Di Wang's body double. Yes, body double. The real Di Wang was killed years ago.
By Dogen, by the way.
Yeah, by Dogen. And it turns out the reason why why Keyes is doing this is to get revenge for Dogen, because Dogen saved his life.
I remember now.
Mhm.
But what?
And
But there's
and
something
so-
else. Sorry.
and the body double betrayed Dogen because the body double was the one who hired Dogen to kill the real president. He wanted to take his place.
Right. But there's something else about this case I also really appreciate and why it's so good.
The assassin versus assassin scene.
That too, but also, you remember what I said that I appreciated the last case for giving Sebastian some development?
This one gives him a lot more development.
Holy shit! Because
This kid was digging through the trash to try to find evidence to hopefully prove that Edgeworth was wrong about his father. But what he ultimately found evidence that proved his father's guilt. And instead of hiding it, he fully said, "You're guilty, father."
yeah, this brat, this kid who's basically a pain in the ass until the last case, where you actually feel bad for him, actually comes into his own and actually points the finger at his father and says, "You're guilty." That's a hell of a character development.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. Like you actually kind of root for him at the when you get to it, and that's only the middle of the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's so many things that happens in this case, and it's great, but yeah, what stops is because again, it just feels like this case is just too ambitious for its own good.
I think it's because the structure is a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, it ends with the best ending of all. Gumshoe finally gets a raise.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably one of the best parts about it.
Mm-hmm.
But
all right.
yeah, but man, that's investigations too. Overall, it's a great game, and I hope more people play the fan translation. Please do. It's really good.
Yes, it is. All right, so next is Apollo Justice.
All right.
Not my favorite game in the series, but it's okay.
All right, let's see. I'm going to stop using the court ones and just...
All right, so Case 4-1. I think we both agreed that this is the best tutorial case.
Yeah. Like I agree. At first I agreed that 3-1 was really good, but 4-1? It's beautiful. I have to put it at Ace. Like, maybe at the bottom of Ace, but...
Because, yeah, it's still a tutorial case, so it's not the hardest, but I will say the complexity of the testimonies in Apollo Justice rival that of the testimonies in Rise from the Ashes. So Apollo Justice is a much more difficult Ace Attorney.
Yeah. No lie, it basically assumes that you're a returning fan that has played the other Ace Attorney trilogy, and that's what I love about this first case.
Yeah.
It treats you like a returning fan, and the difficulty shows that.
I'll give a quick breakdown of the case. At the Borscht restaurant, a poker game is being done. Disbarred lawyer Phoenix Wright is accused of murdering a vagrant by the name of Shoddy Smith during a poker game.
Can we just... Sorry.
Yeah, the phrase disbarred lawyer Phoenix Wright.
Mm-hmm. I was also going to say, can we just appreciate that this is the second time Phoenix has been accused of murder, and yet he's
Actually.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right, third.
But it's easy to forget about the one in Turnabout Sisters, really.
Yeah, but either way, though, in this case, though, he is really calm. This is the calmest one of the calmest times he's ever been, and it's kind of jarring, almost.
Yeah,
in a good way.
Phoenix went from a more or less a clown to a calculating mastermind.
Yeah.
He saw this as soon as he called his lawyer, he figured out who the killer is because he had lunch with his lawyer, Christoph Gavin.
Mm.
And Christoph Gavin said something revealing knowledge that he shouldn't have known.
Uh-huh.
Revealing that Apollo's own mentor, Christoph Gavin, is the killer.
But here's the thing, though.
Case.
Yeah, of the first case. But here's the thing, though. Phoenix can't do anything about it. He's disbarred. So who gets to do it? The rookie attorney, Apollo Justice.
Yeah.
This is Apollo's very first case, and man, he gets a hell of a doozy when you think about it.
Yeah. Phoenix Wright, at this point, rightfully does not trust Gavin.
Mm-hmm.
So he asks Gavin to have the new lawyer he just hired for his firm to do it. Apollo Justice. Because he sees potential in Apollo.
Yeah. And even though Apollo kind of hesitates when he figures it out,
he goes through with it. He goes through with it for the truth. Also, I will say, one thing I like about Apollo is compared to the other lawyers for the Write Anything Agency, he being him, Nick, and Athena, is between the three of them, he is easily the most professional of the three.
Well, he's the straight man.
Yeah, like I said, he's the one who actually takes the job super seriously.
Yeah, but he's also young and inexperienced.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's also why he does not particularly care for his rival Clavier.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Clavier later.
but overall, this case is really good. Is probably the perfect first case for a return to the return of the franchise.
Yeah, because this whole time we're expecting the witness Olga Reilly to be the killer because it's the tutorial case of a Ace Attorney game. Do they think we did this yesterday? Apparently they do because they threw a curveball at us.
Yeah, they threw a friggin' curveball, and yeah, it's your own mentor, and I'm gonna say this right now. Phoenix says that he did this.
There's an ad, I think.
Oh no.
Is there?
No, but yeah,
Okay.
the Phoenix says that he did this for justice, but let's be honest, a part of it did probably do it for a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, because Gavin is the one ultimately responsible for his disbarment.
Yeah, and so I think he wanted a little. I'm pretty sure he did it a little bit for revenge, but overall, the mystery's great. It throws some curveballs. The characters are great, and it's honestly just presented really well. That's why it's the ace in turn of prologue cases.
Yeah, and probably, in my opinion, the best case in Apollo Justice, which sadly means we're kind of downhill from here.
Okay. We'll be fair here. Case 2 is not that bad.
Yeah, case 2 isn't bad at all.
I honestly would have put it in B.
Yeah, I'd say B, but I think it's at the low end of B because its pacing is pretty terrible.
I probably prefer over this one.
Yeah, there we go. That works. Okay,
Now,
so Turnabout Street Corner.
Turnabout Corner.
Yep. Apollo ends up working for the Write Anything Agency. And the first case as a lawyer is to take up the case of a mafia, the son of a mafia, basically the heir of a mafia family, Waki Kitaki, who's accused of murdering his surgeon.
Mm-hmm. And while you're doing it, this is why it gets a little messy. You're also solving the case of
who stole Trucy's magic panties. Yes, you heard that right.
Yes, magic panties.
They're more like bloomers, but let's be honest.
Yeah, and then
who ran over Phoenix Wright with their car.
Or
Can we just
who ran
mention
into him.
how? Yeah, can we just mention how much of a tank he is? Because fucking Nick got hit by a car, was flung into a street lamp, into a street light head first, and pretty much got away with a small bump on the head.
Bump on the head, but his ankle was badly twisted.
Yes, a bump on the head and a twisted ankle. Oh, and he was carried in by the defendant's father. He was carried to the hospital by the defendant's father, or Winfred Kitaki. And then there's the defendant, who's a mafia brat, Waki Kitaki.
Yeah, so you're basically solving three small mysteries, and that's why we can't put it any higher than it is right here.
Mm-hmm. Like eventually, once the defendant's fiance hears that you're a lawyer, she asks you to defend him.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because this is like one of the few cases where you actually don't talk to the defendant until the second day investigation.
Well, actually, until the court case, anyway.
Yeah.
Until the court day, anyway. But yeah, just
it's kind of a complex series of numbers piecing everything together, and when you do piece it together, it's actually really satisfying.
Yeah, it is pretty satisfying, and honestly, you find out that not only is Waki in bad shape, by the way, that was a gut punch.
Mm-hmm. Waki was essentially a dead man walking.
He got shot, and the bullet almost hit his heart. But the problem is, the bullet is so close to his heart.
The victim chose to just stitch him up and pretend that it's not there, knowing that Waki could drop dead from it any second.
Yeah, the bullet's so close to his heart that at any moment it could rip open his heart, and he will drop dead.
And then Waki's fiance is the killer. Fiance Alita Tyla is the killer. Or in this case, she was originally a nurse for that clinic, and seeing a chance to inherit a mafia fortune, she seduces Waki to marry her, and that way she can inherit his wealth when he drops dead from the bullet. But then everyone gets a checkup, and then the bullet's found out that's still there.
Yeah, and just to protect herself, she tried to silence the doctor. The doctor, well, he thought he choked her to death, but she woke up and
shot him.
And shot him, basically.
And shot him when Waki was confronting the doctor.
That's why everyone thought Waki did it.
Because there was a witness who saw Waki's confrontation with the doctor. So from the witness's perspective, if it looked like Waki killed him, because yeah.
But overall, it's a good case. It's got a couple problems, but overall, the mystery is good. The structure is the only thing that's bringing it down, and the characters are fun.
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's not forget our favorite pervert, Wesley Stickler.
I know, right? That's still funny.
Stole the magic panties for science.
When honestly, he just wanted to understand her trick.
Yeah, how she did her magic trick. Because yeah, she doesn't actually wear them. She just uses them as a prop to pull things out of. For a magic trick. Because Truce is a magician.
Yeah, Trucy Wright, by the way.
Yep, Phoenix's daughter. That's right. If you haven't played Apollo Justice before any of the later games, yeah, Phoenix Wright magically materialized a 15-year-old daughter.
Yeah, and she's great, by the way. Can we just say that?
Oh no, wait, a 16-year-old daughter. Yeah, basically she's the daughter of his last client, the client he was defending when he was disbarred.
Yeah.
And after he he basically went on the run, and Wright basically adopted her.
Yeah, and she took his name, hence why she's Trucy Wright. Trucy Wright, I mean. All right.
Basically, in Apollo Justice, Phoenix Nick is basically the opposite of Manfred von Karma, because where von Karma adopted Miles for revenge and treated him like shit, but Nick actually does treat her like a proper daughter, with love and care and respect.
And by the way, when you do get to play him in the next game, you know that cutscene where you see him put his jacket on and stuff?
He also puts on the locket.
Yeah, he puts on the locket with Trucy's picture in it, and he puts it in his chest pocket, close to his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on.
Oh God, we got to the next one. Fuck me.
Okay, you know how I ranted about a Turnabout Ablaze? It's Kill's turn.
I hate Turnabout Serenade with an absolute fucking passion, and for one very, very huge, hard to ignore reason. And that's because the lack of logic of who the accused is. Okay, so
you got 10 minutes.
During a rock concert for the Gaviners, which is actually the band ran by the main prosecutor of the game, Clavier Gavin, who we didn't really mention in our previous part. He's actually a pretty cool character because he's like easily the friendliest and cleanest prosecutor in the series. Like the only reason Apollo doesn't really care for him is because Apollo's very professional, where Clavier doesn't actually take things that seriously, so he just doesn't like that.
Also, he calls him Air Forehead.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Apollo just doesn't like the fact that Clavier doesn't exactly take court as seriously as he should. Anyway, so while at a band, and the manager of a singer named Lamar is shot to death. This manager is a huge man.
Like probably 6'5".
Yeah, and he's shot to death with a .45 caliber pistol.
It was actually 50.
50 caliber?
Yeah, it was a 50 cal.
Yeah, a 50 caliber pistol. And so who is the suspect? The singer's pianist, who's a very tiny 13-year-old boy.
Oh,
or is it 15? Yeah, 15-year-old boy. And he's very tiny, very scrawny, and also the victim's body is moved to the stage. So he's accused of killing the victim and moving the victim. And logically, it makes no sense because it's physically impossible for him to be the killer, and yet he's still the suspect that you have to defend, when really he couldn't even fire the murder weapon because the murder weapon actually has such a kickback it actually hurt the real killer's shoulder, and the real killer is like double the size of the defendant, and the defendant is like 4 times smaller than the victim. And so you're telling me this tiny kid was somehow able to move the body of a gargantuan of a man, and also fire said gargantuan of a man's pistol, killing him without dislocating his fucking shoulder? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. Like, he should not have been the defendant, flat out. And another thing that pisses me off about the case is it's a case centered around Clavier's band. We're only introduced to one band member, and that's his bassist, who, of course, is the killer because he's the only other character we're introduced to aside from the singer Lamar. And Lamar is blind, so she can't be the killer. So
you find that out later, by the way.
No, you find it out pretty right away in the trial, but during the first trial. But,
I know, but
just the severe lack of logic. Like, remember, the first trial ends because Lemore flats out says to the killer in court that his voice was the voice she heard arguing with the defendant. Or not the defendant, with the victim. And no one decided to keep an eye on him, which gave the killer a chance to attempt to murder Lemore.
He failed.
Yeah, but that should have never happened. He should have been under supervision because he was literally accused of it by a witness in court, and no one seemed to have cared.
Yeah.
Like, I hate this case because of how stupid everyone is in this case.
Also, the case also has a bit of a smuggling thing going on, and this is one of the reasons why the defendant refused to point the finger at the killer because,
not because that matters because the he's also like the defendant we get to know the least amount of because he barely speaks English. We can't even talk to him that much.
Not without Lemore to translate.
Yeah, and so Lemore, which is another issue with him being accused, because Lemore said she heard someone arguing with the victim in English, perfect English, and our defendant, Maki Tabaye, barely speaks English. Like, yeah. flat out, they should have. What I think they should have done was introduced more members of the Governors and make one of those members of the Governors the defendant.
Yeah.
But no, they chose a very illogical choice because they chose to make someone who physically cannot commit the crime the defendant. It just makes the police force in Ace Attorney look like a joke.
And I even argued about this with Kill at one point that it's like, well, like when you think about it logically, like I think they chose him because of process of elimination. He's the only one who could have done it during the court case.
Yeah, but then when you actually take time to think about how it's physically impossible for the defendant to have done it.
Yeah. Like even if you need a defendant, and that's why I feel like Machi could still work at first.
Yeah, make him a person of interest or treat him as a witness. But the fact that they made him a fucking defendant is just like I said, it's physically impossible for him to commit the crime. Because just shooting the murder weapon itself probably would have dislocated his shoulder.
Yeah, because a 50 caliber, guys, just so you know, it's a hand cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously, 50 cal guns are no joke.
And that's not the one big gripe I have about this case. Another big gripe is you remember how one of the worst parts of Rise from the Ashes was watching footage of the same part over and over and over?
Yeah.
With the Mike Meekins assault.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have that same thing, except it's actually worse.
Yeah.
Worse, because first off, you have to listen to music and find a small discrepancy that is kind of hard to find at first. And then you have to keep watching the footage of the singer and clavier's performance over and over.
Yeah, and it gets annoying after a while.
Yeah. So yeah, the pacing is bad. It's not a fun case, or to me, it's not at all.
We're more than halfway.
All right, I think I'm done.
Okay. As for me, overall, I don't have that many complaints about the case, but I still put it in E because of how strongly Kill feels about this case, and I honestly just cannot really defend it that well.
Mm-hmm. Like, you have to admit, the giant lack of logic in that case, it's too hard to ignore.
Yeah, it's just too hard to ignore, and that's why we just put it in E. And just for Kill's sake, because he hates this more than I hate more than I hate Turnabout Ablaze, I put it at the top of E tier.
Mm-hmm.
Just
All right. So next is
Case 4.
Is it weird I'm blanking on the name?
I'm actually blanking too. By the way, we have an ad.
All right. I'm gonna look up the name then.
Okay.
Turnabout Succession.
That's it. That's a good name for it. Okay. Okay, everyone back? Okay. So Case 4, I want to put it in A.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
It's a good finale.
yeah, it's honestly a pretty good finale that answers a lot of questions like a finale should. First off, for this one, you actually get 2 cases. Well, technically, the first one in the present as Apollo
Is the murder of Drew Masham.
Yeah, Drew Masham, and his daughter is the defendant in this case.
And then there's the flashback case where Phoenix Wright is on his last case investigating the death of Magnifi Gremarier, Trucy's biological grandfather.
Yeah. So yeah, and the fact that you get to play that, like, after wondering what the hell happened to get him disbarred, you find out that the reason he got disbarred is because Phoenix willingly presented false evidence. He didn't know it was false evidence, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it was still false.
And the one responsible for it all? Christoph Gavin.
Yeah.
Which, I will say, Christoph Gavin is easily the pettiest killer in the series.
Yeah, because do you want to know why? Why he decided to do this to Phoenix? It's because when Phoenix's client for this one, originally Christoph was going to represent him, but not only did Christoph lose at poker, but the way he played poker revealed his personality, and the defendant did not want to be defended by someone like Christoph. And so when Phoenix came in to
the defendant was Shoddy Smith.
By the way,
was Shoddy Enigmar, aka Zach Gremarier.
Yeah,
member of the Gremarier troupe, which means he is also the victim that Christoph killed in Case 1.
Yeah. Now
and he's Trucy's biological father.
Yeah. Now the main thing is that well, Christoph lost and Zach did not want to be represented by him. Phoenix not only won the poker case, but shows that he is an honest man, you know?
Mm-hmm. And basically, Christoph was looking forward to this case so much that he actually forged evidence ahead of time, which is really kind of shitty considering
he was facing his brother.
Yeah, it was also Clavier Gavin's first case. So he was willing to cheat and use false evidence against his own brother.
Yeah, and that shows on how just shitty Christoph is. But the characters are... But yeah, the mystery is sadly not that great when you really think about it.
Yeah,
but
minute you find out Christoph's involved, you know he's the guy.
Yeah, but it's held up by its characters and presentation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the way you finally get Christoph in the end.
Yeah, and by the way, his breakdown is satisfying.
Mm-hmm. He basically goes Super Saiyan, practically.
Yeah. Like...
He found out that Wright has convinced the judge and the courts to try a new jurist system. So before, they had to prove to a judge that someone was innocent. For this system, they had to prove to a bunch of people.
Yep, and
so after Christoph freaks out upon hearing that and says that these people should be taken out of our courts, or it's both Clavier and the judge gave him a good the reason you suck speech.
Yeah. And the main reason why they did this is because Clavier was a very calculating and careful mastermind. Like, he basically got rid of any and all... Kristoff.
You said Clavier.
Sorry. Kristoff was a good calculating villain because he did everything he could to make sure there was no decisive evidence against him. And that is usually how you get criminals caught, is with decisive evidence or a decisive witness, one of the two.
But when you're appealing to a jury, circumstantial evidence works just as fine.
And this is how Wright got his revenge too.
So yeah, put in the A case, and then we move on to, oh boy,
where to put this? Is it better?
I think there's good.
Right here?
Yeah. All right. So, Dual Destinies Case 1, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it is the weakest prologue case.
Even weaker than the original first case.
Even weaker than the Forgotten Turnabout, which you forgot about again.
Wow. Yeah, it's even weaker than that, huh?
Yeah. Mostly because its villain is the setting and the info of the story is interesting and all. You're basically defending someone for a friend of the new attorney Athena Sykes' friend Juniper Woods for a courtroom bombing that killed a detective.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say this right now. The reason why this one is kind of weak is sadly because the mystery is not there.
Yeah, like for one thing, it's a prologue case, so it's kind of takes a massive step down in comparison to Turnabout Trump from before, or as we're shown who the killer is in the intro.
Yeah.
Oh, and honestly, the killer Ted Tonate is not that interesting either.
Let's put it here.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Ted Tonay is not very interesting. Yeah, but the thing that makes it from a D is the fact that you basically get to play as Athena at first, but then as she's
you
really
get the
struggling,
triumphant return of a phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yeah,
Phoenix Wright himself.
Yeah,
taking on not Winston Payne, but his younger brother Gaspin Payne.
That's still funny. But yeah, so yep, and honestly, the case is still just okay. It's a tutorial case. There's nothing really special about it, unlike Turnabout Trump, which is, again, we put it as an ace case. But it's still it's still an alright case. It doesn't really do anything bad. It's just
pretty much.
Honestly, we don't really have too much to say about it, but yeah, people don't give her enough credit. I agree. The Athena, I mean.
Oh, I like Athena.
Yeah. No, Ryan was saying that she's neat, but God, people don't give her enough credit.
Alright, so let's move on to the Monstrous Turnabout.
D.
I'd say the high end of D, yes. Because it first off, we're 2 cases in our 5th game. Why are you showing us the killer in the introduction cutscene? You didn't even have to do that. It was obvious that Florent LaBelle was the killer just by his attitude.
Yeah, that's very true. It's like, seriously, like, you treated us with respect in Apollo Justice, and yes, it's been a while since Apollo Justice, a good few years, but
yeah,
and I understand that a lot of people would probably start playing Ace Attorney around here, maybe, but still,
you don't need to be. And here's the thing: if you're gonna reveal the killer in the cutscene, it has to be an engaging howdunit, and it is not that. It is not an engaging howdunit at all. You just find out that LaBelle basically blackmailed the mansion's caretaker into providing him an alibi.
Uh-huh.
That's
And
kind of it.
and not only that, but the how done it also doesn't work because we see how he did it. He literally grabbed a spear and stabbed the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, so breaking his alibi is not that satisfying because, again, he didn't do anything special to form an alibi.
Yeah. The only thing good about him is his breakdown is actually kind of funny.
Yes, but we need to talk about the standout thing in this case. And
Oh,
I'm talking
yeah.
about the glory that is the caretaker Phineas Filch. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And I'm talking, of course, the convicted death row inmate prosecutor of the fifth game, Simon Blackwell.
Oh, yeah, he is a barrel of laughs. And I'm going to say this right now, guys. Do you know why Kill likes him so much? It's because this guy shares Kill's sense of humor. Black humor.
Yes.
As
Basically,
in morbid humor.
Simon Blackwell, where Edgeworth is funny because he's the straight man and he's comedically serious, Blackwell, he's bar none the funniest prosecutor in the series, and that's fully intentional. His main method of his main strategy in the court is more or less trolling his opponents.
Yeah, he's a barrel of laughs, and honestly, the reason why I said that he has black humor is because since he's a death row inmate, yeah, he does too, Ender. But since he's a death row inmate, he loves to make morbid jokes.
Yes, he does. And let's not forget, we knew we were in for a good time when he was tricking the judge into giving an opening statement.
Uh-huh. Like,
So yeah, needless to say, Blackwell is a huge step up from Clavier Gavin because, well, Clavier Gavin is nice
fun.
and was
He's fun.
nice and fun, but the one problem with him is that he kind of sucked out the conflict of the court cases. Not Blackwell.
nuh-uh. Yeah, Blackwell is great, and he's one of the reasons why this is not an E case.
Yeah, and for a scary death row inmate, he's also one of the cleanest prosecutors in the series.
Except when he tries to slash at you.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a sword. Yeah, he's basically a samurai chuniboyo, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Well, where he acts like a samurai and whatnot. But yeah, fucking Simon Blackwell is easily one of the funniest prosecutors in the series, just because one, his sense of humor, two, his strategy is more or less psychologically messing with his opponents.
Yeah. And the reason why we're talking about Blackwell more than anything is because this case
Very
is
focused on him.
Yeah, well, not that, but I was meant to say this case is not that great.
Yeah, the case itself is nothing special. Like, I will say, I do like Jinxie and her father, the defendant, Damien Temma.
Yeah. The characters are good, but...
Yeah, well, the two characters that are Jinxie and Damien Temna. Phineas Filch is there, and Laurent LaBelle, the killer, is...
a moron.
Yes, he's an absolute fucking idiot. Like, here, listen to this. I'm gonna start my own cosmetic brand, but I am not going to put it available on the market because I only want it available to myself.
Yeah,
What do you mean I'm hundreds of millions of dollars in debt?
exactly. That's the reason why he killed the
Alderman.
victim. Yeah, that's why he killed the victim, because he wanted the gold that was sealed behind the door in the lounge.
And there is a pro wrestler subplot that while
not
it's
very-
part of it, and I do like it, but it just feels like it's pandering to the Steel Samurai fans.
Yeah, and it doesn't do a very good job. Anyway,
Mhm.
moving
Like
on.
the twist that
Sorry.
the defendant is the wrestler all along is actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, but it doesn't really tie into the case very well.
Yeah.
Anyway, Now this
I can agree with that.
is it better or worse? Better or worse?
I'd say better.
Okay. Okay. Now we're getting into
Turnabout
the
Academy.
Academy. Oh, this case. This
First
is
off,
Athena's shining
case.
moment. This is Athena's first real case, and man, she shines in this case.
Yep.
We have strong feelings about this one, so we're gonna take a little bit longer to get through this one. But this case, the mystery is, we'll at least say, is not super great. But
Yeah,
the characters.
It's pretty predictable, but the characters make up for it.
Yeah, the characters, the structure, the presentation, the story of this case is what really sells it as an ace case.
Yeah, it's essentially a high school anime drama, complete with friendship and everything that you'd expect from one of those, but as an Ace Attorney case.
But it's done well. It's not cringy in the slightest.
Well, it is cringy sometimes, but it's cringy in a good way.
Yeah. But yeah, it's done well, and honestly, the characters again is what really sell this case.
Yes, we had the hyperactive of Robin. I forget the last name.
Robin, yeah.
What was her last name?
I don't think it was Man, was it? No.
Newman.
Newman.
Robin Newman.
Robin Newman. We have the very serious defense attorney,
or the star student Hugh O'Connor.
Yeah, Hugh O'Connor, and then we have the defendant who wants to be a judge.
Juniper Woods. Yep, the same defendant from the
First case.
tutorial case.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically the and of course there's the reporters, the courtroom reporting student Miriam Scuttlebutt,
Who is basically a Metal Gear Solid joke, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it. She's honestly a fun character.
Heck, do you know what her name is a pun of?
What?
Scuttlebutt is basically marine marine water cooler gossip.
Ah, and she's a gossip reporter.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense.
Yep. So basically, during a mock trial, the teacher who's playing the victim for the mock trial is found dead for real.
Yeah. She's found dead, and at first because Juniper was the one who wrote the
mock trial, she's the prime suspect.
Yeah, and Athena basically decides to take on the case to help save her friend, which I respect the shit out of.
Mm-hmm. Much to the chagrin of the other guy who wanted to take the case, the defense attorney course teacher, Aristotle Means.
But yeah, by the way, yes, his name is Aristotle Means, and his motto is "Ends justify the means."
I'll give you guys 3 guesses on whether or not he's the real killer. Don't think about it too hard, though.
Yeah.
Just with that attitude.
Yeah.
But yeah, though the killer is kind of obvious with him, the way it's deduced that it's him is actually something I quite like.
Yeah.
Because what makes Athena shine in this one is because in order to help Athena or help Juniper, you have to help her friends, because Athena's main thing is that she's also a psychologist, and both Hugh and Robin have deep psychological problems that you have to solve in order to solve this case.
Yeah. Robin acting like a... Should we reveal that, or should we keep that to ourselves?
Let's just reveal it. Robin is more or less was forced by her parents to play the part of a man, was forced to pretend to be a boy, and she hated that.
Yeah,
so that's why she was always angry all the time, because so So yeah, Athena finally helps her to be able to basically say, I'm a girl. I always have been a girl.
Yeah,
And,
and the
and then
and the-
Hugh O'Connor just ends up becoming super desperate to save Juniper. He's willing to take the rap himself and come up with this batshit insane confession.
Like, and while I will respect the dude for it,
Yeah, his secret is that it turns out his parents were actually bribing his teachers, and he didn't even know about it.
yeah, because he got held back because he's actually not that great of a student.
Yeah, he's actually 25, and he works as a crane lift operator.
Yeah, and I will say though that I want to at least say that finding out Robin was a girl actually is honestly one of the best twists of that game, because I sure as hell didn't see it coming.
But yeah, and then when you finally dissect Hugh's batshit insane confession, where he finally confesses, yes, I was at the mock trial this whole time. I didn't have a body double. I was there. But then Hugh also points out that across the way, he did not see the teacher in the teacher's box across from him, which would have been Aristotle Means, which means during the mock trial, Aristotle Means left the trial.
Yep.
Which I thought was a really clever way to reveal that he was the killer.
Yeah, I agree. But the main thing I like about Aristotle Means is when you finally point the finger at him, his attitude goes a complete 180, and it's actually glorious.
Oh, he goes from very somewhat kind, creepy guy with questionable morals to full blown God
Spartan.
of War of the classroom. You sit your ass down and get your head in the corner.
Yeah, Spartan.
Yes.
Complete with putting his hair up into a Spartan helmet like plumage.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, let's talk about his breakdown. One of the best breakdowns in the series.
Full stop. He has one
Basically,
of the best.
He has a
breakdowns.
chalkboard, and when Athena proves his guilt, he starts writing down a bunch of alternative punishments, starting with retaking the bar exam, or bathroom details, or just dismissal. And each time, the audience boos him and throws chalk at him.
Yeah.
Until he finally writes a G for guilty, and he's grimacing so hard his teeth shatters, and then he collapses.
Yeah, honestly, it's honestly, again, one of the best breakdowns ever, and just like Aristotle Means is such a good villain that this is another reason why we have to put it at ace.
All right, so next up is Turnabout to the Stars.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I agree with that.
Okay, the main reason why we're saying this is that it's one of those incomplete cases, and it's not that satisfying. At least the first part is.
The thing is, it's the first time in the series you find someone not guilty, but you don't find the killer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But where do I put it?
I'd put it I'd put it at the low end of B, to be honest. Because it is good. Yeah, it does have some really good moments. Like, there's that moment where Apollo helps the defendant, astronaut Solomon Starbuck, regain his confidence. Also, I feel so bad for Apollo during these Fast 2 cases, because the victim is actually his best friend, Clay Tarrant.
Yeah, and let's just say that because of the fact that he actually doubts Athena, among other things, is that's why he basically went all Raiden and put bandages over his eye, because if he
didn't
does
wanna-
that, he can't
'cause-
focus.
Yeah, he noticed that Athena was triggering his ability to read her tells, meaning that she was, hiding things about the space center. When it's revealed that she was raised there, she used to live there. But of course, Apollo points out, or her tells could have been going off because she could be the killer.
Yeah. And he hated thinking that, so that's why he puts a bandage over his eye so that he can't see her tells very well.
Mm-hmm. And you can't really blame Apollo for thinking that, because again, for one thing, the victim was his best friend.
Yeah, and later on, he does ask Phoenix to please get rid of this doubt in my head.
Mm-hmm. But I will say, the biggest saving grace for this case is the glorious center of the cosmos, Yuri Cosmos.
Yeah, he's
cross-examining this guy was such a fucking joy.
It really was. Like, he's a nice guy and all, but the way he talks and everything and acts is just funny.
Okay, so in the previous games, whenever you meet a narcissistic character who only thinks of themselves, usually they're super malicious. A case in point is Florent LaBelle from from 2 cases before this. But then you have Yuri Cosmos, he views himself above all else, but he also means, since he views himself as a leader, he has to protect the people under him.
Mm-hmm.
It's why he went through. It's why he and the victim came up with this insane plan to try to trick whoever sent the bomb threats into bombing the wrong space shuttle to protect the Clay and Solomon Starbuck's life.
It didn't work.
Yeah, because his phone was tapped.
Yep. And that.
But yeah, you have to admire the fact that he tried, and he actually, he's a narcissist, but he's not malicious for one.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate that. However, at the end of case 4, I forget who it was, but somebody accused Athena of.
Oh right, we forgot to mention Bobby Fulbright, the detective of the game.
Right. God,
the glorious injustice we trust obsessed detective, who is
he basically takes the place of Gumshoe in this game.
Yeah, and he's basically the one detective who's too stupid to be intimidated by Blackwell. That's why he was assigned to him.
Yeah. Now the reason why we bring this up is I think he's the one that accused Athena of.
Yeah, he is. He's the
murdering Clayton.
Clay Tarrant?
Yeah, Clay Tarrant.
Yeah. He basically came up and said her fingerprints were found on the lighter found at the scene.
Yeah. And that's when we get into case 5.
Turnabout for tomorrow. So Nick, depressed that Apollo has gone rogue and Athena was just accused of murder is in a bit of depression. He gets cheered up by Pearly, who shows up, which is a good piece of fan service.
Yeah, and she's grown up into a fine lady.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so eventually they go back to the space center. He goes back there with Trucy. Suddenly there's Blackwell's sister Aura, who works at the space center, basically hijacked the robots and took the space center, everyone in the space center, including Trucy, hostage.
Yeah.
Why? Because she thinks Athena killed her own mother, who was Aura's friend, and worse yet, that's the crime Blackwell was accused of, and his execution is set for the next day for that crime.
Yeah, meaning that she's basically out of time and she's getting desperate.
Yeah, she wants to not only solve her friend's murder, but she also is desperate to
save
prove
her
her brother
brother.
innocent, so that he isn't wrongfully executed for a crime.
Yeah. And honestly, this one takes some really big twists.
Yeah, the biggest twist was, if you thought Simon Keyes being a sociopath was insane, well, what about the clueless dumbass detective being a super spy responsible for everything?
Yeah. Yeah, that one actually threw me for a freaking loop. I'm pretty sure it did for you too.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Who would have thought Bobby Fulbright, the detective that was basically took Gumshoe's place.
Yeah. Also, this case shows that the Magatama can be tricked. See when Nick broke Bobby's psych locks, he told half truths.
Oh shit.
Because think about it, that he is concerned for Blackwell. Well, and he did mention his concerns about Blackwell. But because Blackwell was trying to catch him.
Right. But that's not the only. But that's not the only. Sorry.
His thoughts on the bombings. He isn't concerned. He isn't concerned about the bombings bringing up bad memories for Blackwell. He's concerned about them because he caused the bombings.
But that's not the only thing with this case that makes it so good. Another thing is that it gives us a big piece of fan service, and instead of Simon doing the prosecuting, guess who's comes back to do it in a glorious piece of fan service.
Him and his red Corvette, fucking
Miles
Edgeworth himself.
Yep, Miles Edgeworth takes the place of the prosecution, and in a cutscene that is pure fan service, him and Wright are facing off, and basically Edgeworth tells Phoenix that that even though that he still believes in the truth, he will still give it everything he has, and Phoenix just tells him to bring it. Like, seriously, that is a glorious piece of fan service that I still love that cutscene.
Yeah, and also I think, so every final case have this one moment where that's super heartwarming, where the defendant, or in Farrell My Turnabout's case, Ace, Pearl, Nick, and Maya reunite. Right? The moment for this one is when Athena cries that she barely made it, that she was barely able to save Simon. Because not only did the case solve the murder of Meta Sykes, but not only that, but also Clay Tarrant's murder, because the Phantom was the spy known as the Phantom was behind it all.
And not only that though, but the big twist was but another big twist that's kind of messed up is when you find out why this game was rated M.
Yeah.
It's pretty dark, and I don't even know if I want to talk about it.
Basically,
just
Athena was a sheltered child.
Yeah,
and
she was sheltered.
Raised. So for her seeing robots being placed on a robotic thing to be reassembled is normal. So when she found her mommy's dead body, she had one of the robots help her put her on back on the thing, so that she could have
show that way she could
have
try
her
to
put back together. And it's like
she was trying to fix her mom, and that innocent smile when you find that out is
nightmarish.
It's nightmarish. And I'm like, God, I feel so bad for Athena.
Yeah, and I can't blame Blackwell for thinking that it might have been Athena.
Yeah.
By the way, Blackwell, more or less, he's so loyal to Athena and her mother, is that
he took the rap for it.
Yeah, he took the rap for the murder and was completely content with being sentenced and going to his death for it, because he just wanted to protect Athena.
Where do we
And
put this?
I'd say at the, you know what? I'd put it at the top. At the. You know, it's been a while since we had a finale in the final in the Ace, so let's put it at the end of Ace.
Yeah. I still really love Turnabout Trump and Turnabout Academy a little bit more, but this is a great finale.
And now for the DLC, or as I like to call it, Turnabout Big Top 2.0.
Done right.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, can we take a small break though? Because I gotta use the bathroom.
I gotta get some water. My throat's getting raspy.
All right. So we will take a small break. You back?
Yep.
All right. So turnip.
So Turnabout Reclaimed.
This is. Can we just put it in B at least?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because okay, the main reason why is that this is a purely fun case.
Yeah, it's pure fan service too.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got Nick doing his crazy things such as representing non-human clients,
Yep.
cross-examining orcas, normal Phoenix Wright stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
have you played the first game? He fucking cross-examines a parrot. So,
Yep.
pretty average stuff there for him, at least.
Yep. Not only that, but the mystery's actually pretty all right.
Yeah, yeah, it flat out, it actually wasn't a murder at all. It was a straight up accidental death.
Yeah. But the guy who caused the accident was trying to pin it on the orca because he thought the orca murdered his girlfriend.
Yeah, when in reality she died from a heart condition, which she didn't communicate that to him, which I guess is more on her.
Yeah, but still. But the main reason why this one is fun is that not only do you have are you questioning an orca? One of your defendants is the pirate who performs with her, with the orca. But the main villain of this one is a rapper, and the fact that he hulks out after drinking something.
He drinks the fish that he feeds. So he drinks a bunch of minnows.
Yeah.
And I like Simon Blackwell's reaction to when Marlon rhymes the I won't say killer because again it was an accident, so I'm just gonna say the culprit.
Yeah, the culprit. That's a good one.
Was when one of his idol animations is that he places that he starts spreading a bunch of minnows around, and the judge is like, hold on, we gotta do something about this, and Blackwell's like, no worries, Judge, my pet bird will eat it, trust me. Taka shall eat well today.
Yeah, but the fact that not only does the culprit hulk out, but he also freaking starts rapping.
Yeah, the final testimony is called the dissing of Phoenix Wright. For fuck's sake. But yeah, the reason why I say it's kind of pretty much a repeat of
Big Top
Turnabout Big Top is because you could take the caricatures and just apply them to the from characters from there, and you could just apply them in similar roles to this one. Like for example, you have Herman Crab in the place of the vet Herman Crab in the place of Mo the clown, and you have the writer Nora Plume in the place of Trilloquist.
Yeah, that's true, but it's done well here, and it's just a really fun case.
Yeah, the characters are much more likable. My favorite character in this case actually being the vet Herman Crab with the fucking baby penguin that won't leave his fucking hair no matter how hard he tries.
It's adorable, really.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of adorable, Pearl also is your assistant for this case.
Yep, Pearl shows up, and yep, she's still Pearl.
She's still adorable.
Yep, she's still Pearly.
And yeah, where do I put this though?
I wouldn't say it's actually. Yeah, I'd say it's better than the Imprisoned Turnabout. So you could probably put it ahead of that.
Yeah, not as good as the finale or 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, AJ. All right, now we finally get to Spirit of Justice. Man, we've been going at this for a while.
Whoa. Spirit of Justice is when they take things to another country and they get kind of creative with the names. And, well, Have you ever seen a head priest hippie guy turn into a metalhead? That's the first case's killer.
Yeah. Honestly, I want to put this one also in B. I can't put it in C.
Yeah, like it's the killer in this case is too much fun, and also just the synergy he has with Gaspin Payne is actually pretty good. Gaspin Payne is actually a threat in this one too, unlike his appearance in Duel of Destinies.
Yeah. Also, I don't know what you're talking about, Jay, but where would we put it though? Like,
I put it in front of put it I'd say it's above the Ace Attorney Investigations first case. There it is. Yeah.
But not better than Rise from the Ashes.
Yeah, that seems good.
Okay.
But yeah, if you pay attention, I kid you not, this dude's the killer's name, since it takes place in the country of Khura'in, which is, where the Kuranese channeling technique that the Fays use comes from.
His name is fucking Peace Lovin' Understanding.
Yes, I was about to say that. His name is Peace Lubin Understanding. And it's like, oh my fucking god.
How about the defendant, though?
I'll be the tour guide named I'll Be Your Guide.
Uh-huh.
Or how about the victim, who's the security officer named Patrol?
Uh-huh. That's what we're basically saying about this case. It's a fun case, though.
They just basically the best fun name. We'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah, but still, it's a very fun case. Like, the mystery is not that great since it's a first case, especially since they show you who it is again.
Yeah, but the fact that the killer goes from very calm to a fucking metalhead
is just, I think we can excuse it.
Like his breakdown is that he goes rockstar in a hotel hell on his own sound equipment.
Oh my, yeah.
and yeah, he fucking like if you pay attention when he goes all metalhead mode, his speech bubbles go from
yeah.
In other words, so he's literally talking like this.
Yeah, and not only that, but he's also singing his testimony.
Yes. Yes, easily the most entertaining first case killer, easily.
Yeah, he's one of the best, and that's why we had
And we
to
are
put
also
it up here.
introduced to the divination seances.
Which are good.
Yeah, they're a pretty fun mechanic. And I will say, the one problem I have with Spirit of Justice is, holy crap, they go from 0 to 100 quickly, where people are just demanding for death.
Yeah, that's the only real problem. It's like this. Like, you think
due to the Kuranese law, if you are the defense attorney and you lose the case, you're pretty much found guilty as an accomplice, and then you're sentenced to the exact same punishment of whoever it is, of the person who was found guilty, which means Gaspin Payne tricking Phoenix into defending Albie is very insidious, because his method of trying to get payback against Phoenix is by tricking Phoenix into getting killed.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that is kind of messed up. But
makes me respect his brother Winston more.
A little bit, but I will also say that it's like you think that the stakes are high in 2-4? Oh boy, this entire game of Spirit of Justice cranks it up to 11 in terms
with
of
the exception
stakes.
of case 4. With the exception of case 4.
Yeah, with the exception of case 4, but the rest of it is like, oh boy.
Now for the next case.
All right.
Complete with our most hated killer in the series.
Oh, I got words about him.
Same here.
Okay, so overall, I still think this is another good case. I don't know if I put it
think
great.
this one's an. I think it's. I personally would like to put it in A because while the killer is a scumbag, and it's him. He came up with an automated murder method, which is always cool to see in a mystery.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, the mystery is really good. The characters are a bunch of fun, except for the killer. And yeah, so yeah, I think A above this one.
Yep. During a performance, Trucy's show, her co-star Mysterious, and ended up dead after being stabbed by a sword that Trucy put through one of those hole boxes things.
It's the classic mystic box, like the dark magician card mystic box in the anime. Same thing.
Yeah, it's basically that. Anyway, so of course Trucy's the main suspect.
Yeah.
So after 2 years, or after two games, you finally get to defend Trucy, which means she's the opposite of Maya.
Yeah, and not only that though, but like this case became personal because I really like Trucy. Like, she's a ray of sunshine that I feel like the cast needs. You know?
Yeah. Anyway, so let's talk about the killer.
Oh, let me at him!
His name is Roger Ratings. He's the known as the Ratings Raja, which is, yes, the joke about his name, which is not the most clever in my opinion.
But okay, the main reason why if I ever do a list of my hated characters, he's gonna be up there. Not number one, but he's gonna be up there.
Yeah, he's like one of the most basically
douchiest.
Almost every member of Troop Grimarier, with the exception of Lamar or Lamoire, are kind of assholes.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the only half decent one aside from Lamar was Valent, and he tried to frame Zack for murder.
Yeah, but but here's the main thing about this. Okay, the Grimarier basically had him join their troop, but he was basically asked to sit one of their shows out because the troop master thought he wasn't ready. Turns out that he was right. He was not ready, and because he forced him
anyway. He hurt himself.
And he hurt himself, and he was removed from the troop because he disobeyed the troop master and just proved him right that he was not ready for it. Ever since then, he has held a grudge against the Grimariers, and since Trucy is actually a Grimarier, he basically tried to frame her for murder to basically take down the last line in their troop, thus removing them from history, as he put it. Yeah. He did it out of petty revenge, and to make this even worse.
Worst part. Worst part.
Yeah, to make this even
he's the real Mysterious, and the victim was his fan and student.
Yeah, so he killed his own fan and student out of petty revenge, and that's what really pisses me off.
Like he blames Troop Grimarier for no one knowing him as a magician. So what does he do? Oh, he kills the only person who acknowledges his skill and was a huge fan of his.
And he taught all of his tricks just to really set up this murder plan. Like, what the shit?
Yeah, Man of Mystery easily wins the award for the most unfortunate victim in the series. Because he was killed by someone he respected and trusted, who had no reason to kill him, just because he wanted petty revenge. That didn't even involve Mr. Mystery.
No, it didn't. This is why I just he is my most hated one, because he also made Trucy cry. as well. Just this guy just
But yeah,
is the most petty and most just. Dude, he's the douchiest villain.
Yeah, like he came up with the plan to also, like, he waited until Phoenix left town.
Yeah.
And so he also tricked Trucy into signing a contract that if the show was canceled for anything she caused, she would owe like $2 million. So he basically then repossessed the entire law office. Just because he's an asshole.
Yeah. And honestly, his breakdown is satisfying, where he basically faces his sins.
Yeah, he starts burning all the masks, a bunch of masks that represents the other members of Troop Gramaye. But when he tries to get to Trucy's, his own mask shows up, and he tries to get rid of it, only for the mask to show up again, and then he panics.
And his mask is covered in blood, which he will never wash away.
Because as shitty as all the other members of Troop Gramaye are, he's the only one who's a flat-out murderer. But still, his murder method was really clever.
Yeah, it is.
Basically,
really
it was the victim and the Pham twins basically decided to set up a small mischievous prank against Trucy. Just, nothing out of malice on their part. They just wanted to, just prank her and mess with her.
Yeah.
And the prank was to trick her into thinking that she killed Mystery by having him collapse out of the box.
Right.
And so, then a prop would fall, which he was connected to, and he would be carried into the Raptors. So when Trucy looked, his corpse would have disappeared.
Right.
In the catwalk, though, Raytons planted a sword in the catwalk. So when Manov was raised up there, he was stabbed in the back.
Yeah. So that. But one of the main reasons why I do like this case is the presentation is spectacular.
Yeah, it's a fucking magic show.
And it's great. I love it. It's just it has my most hated villain. Anyway, should we get to case 3?
Yep, case 3.
Oh boy. Can we just say it's a little too convoluted?
The Rite of Turnabout. Yup. If you thought all the spirit channeling stuff was insane before, well, you were right, but now it's about to jump up to a max.
Can we just... I'm just putting it here right now.
Putting it where?
I put it here.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, let's just put it here. It's an okay case.
Yeah. You're defending Maya yet again. Yeah. First thing you do when you show up again, Maya, is that you get accused of murder. Of course. Who else is surprised? I'm not.
It's just okay. The case is a little convoluted, honestly. Like, you find out as you go through it, you find out that the victim actually offed himself. But that's not until Maya actually gets convicted of murder, and she's sentenced to death, only to find out that now
there was a second victim.
There was a second victim, and she gets accused of that too. So now she's accused of 2 murders, and Phoenix, if he doesn't solve this is going to die with her. That's how bad it is.
The assistant is the Princess of Karayan herself, Rafa, and she's kind of a brat.
Yeah, she's a brat, and she's kind of basically has the attitude of pointing her finger at you and laughing at your helplessness.
But I still feel for her when the final case comes. So.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely feel for her.
But yeah, anyway, the reason for the suicide, I actually
hold on,
it's
an ad. It's an ad.
All right.
Oh, finally done. Whew.
Yeah, it's done.
No, my Tekken 8 is done.
Damn, that took like 4 hours.
Yeah, it's an 88 gigabyte game.
Damn.
Or 70, actually. Anyway, alright, so we were talking about the suicide, sorry.
Yeah. So basically, both the victim and his wife are members of the rebellion group, the Defiant Dragons. So while prepping a hideout for Dotsa Rabel, which, let's be honest, is Apollo's version of Larry.
Yeah.
Except I actually prefer him over Larry.
Yeah, because that's is actually fun.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so while preparing the hideout, which is behind the shrine, the victim who died first, the actual murder victim, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
They was, his name was, okay, so his fake name was Perez-a-lot.
Yeah, but his real,
real name is real name.
Is real Nemu. Real Nemu.
Yes. Take a moment to process that. A man's real name is real name, pretty much. Anyway, we'll disregard real name. Anyway, so when real name confronted Believe in me, he was actually a member of the secret police, and he tried to kill her. She's a pregnant woman, but she defended herself by pushing a statue forward, and he tried to, and the statue was heavy, and it pushed him into a very sharp statue behind him that got him in the spine. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Tarust, the main victim of the case, who is actually more or less the main culprit of the case when you think about it.
Yeah, because he set this whole thing up.
Wanting to protect his wife, as well as hide that rebel base because there's a fountain there and it's part of the rites. The fountain is stained red, so he had to find a way to stain it red again. So he did so by disguising the statue in a garb during the rite, and made it and set up the set and made sure to do things specifically so it would look like if a divination seance was done, it would look like that Maya dressed herself up in the costume and stabbed him, when in reality
he turned around.
Yeah, he turned around and then ran forward into the statue,
because
stabbing himself.
Just to trick the divination seance, which I gotta admit is very clever.
Yeah, and he did that specifically so that he could explain why there was blood in that water.
Yeah, but overall, it's a good mystery, but it is dragged down a bit by the divination seance being a pain in the ass in this one.
Mm-hmm. The first one is. The second one
is okay.
Yeah, the second one's okay.
It's a middling case to me. It's like, it's good, but it's also dragged down a bit.
I will say, I do like the moment where Rafa actually showed respect for Maya at the end because of actually acknowledged her as a actual spirit medium and whatnot after calling her a neophyte the entire time.
Yeah. All right. Oh boy. Case 4.
Ah.
I don't know
where to put Big Top version 3.
And it kind of, I don't know where to put this.
I actually think it's worse than Turnabout Big Top. Like, there's only 2 redeeming parts to me.
I think you're right.
Alright, and that's the witness Uendo, and the fact that our lovely assistant is none other than Simon Blackquill.
Uh-huh. Like, okay, yeah, the mystery is not really that great. The mystery is actually not too bad, but
yeah, you know what? I'd bump it up to okay.
Probably at the end of okay.
Yeah, because if we put Turnabout Reclaimed in B, and if we put Big Top in D, I feel like this one should go in C.
Okay. You know, but yeah,
because it does have more redeeming qualities than Big Top.
Yeah, but and one of the big ones is the characters are a barrel of laughs.
Yeah, like it has Garu Tanaito, who, you know, kind of took the internet by storm with that clown phase thing going on. Yeah, that was fucking weird.
That was really weird. I don't know why. But no, the star of the show actually wasn't Athena, but it was Tuendo. Oh my god, the guy is a one-man show and he stole it.
Yeah, he has the reveal that he has multiple personality disorder. By the way, I realized. You want to know how insignificant the main prosecutor of this game is? We haven't mentioned him until now.
Yeah, it's because, honestly, he's just too strict. He's not very fun.
Yeah. Like, his thing is that he has a sharp tongue. That's it.
Like, so does every other prosecutor.
Yeah, I mean, granted, his is slightly sharper, I guess, but...
Yeah, and he's also has a holier-than-thou attitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his name is Nayuta Sadmati. I just feel like I had to mention him now because if we don't, it would be weird not to mention him until Case 5.
Yeah.
And I actually do somewhat feel for him in the 5th case, but that's about it.
Yeah. But yeah,
and yeah, I don't know why, but some people ship him with Emma Sky. It's weird.
Anyway, we're off topic. But yeah, the guy, Tuendo, who has multiple personality disorder, Uendo, has multiple personality disorder, but he takes full advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Because his multiple personalities are all characters for him as a Rakugo performer.
Yeah, or a storyteller. Storyteller, for those who don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm. And the big twist being that he has a 4th personality, who is just a little kid.
Yeah.
So the theory at the time was that this 4th personality could be the killer, and then you find out this 4th personality is a 5-year-old.
Yeah, a very timid one, too. Just, it's like, oh man. Like, so yeah, the mystery is good, So the mystery is good, and honestly, the characters just steal the show with this one. Especially Uendo is just... He's a one-man show, and God, he stole it.
Yeah, and then there's the killer, everyone's apparently favorite clown waifu.
Again, that's so weird.
It is very weird. Like, it's so weird that she took the internet by storm about a year after the game came out.
I know, it makes no sense. Anyway, moving on. We're getting off track.
And but yeah, things I didn't care about the case though, like
the defendant was.
Yeah, I did not give a fuck about Bucky Wet.
Yeah, like he's inoffensive, but that's about it.
Yeah, like he was just kind of there.
Yeah, like honestly. I personally want to say thank you.
And I think another thing that drags this case down.
I wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But one of the main things I had to say about this is that the defendant of this case is like. Actually, no, wait. What I really wanted to say, now I got my brain on track. What I really wanted to say was that I feel like. This case is and this is why we only could put it as okay. It's a filler case.
Yeah, it's basically the restless spirit of justice is kind of high intensity, intense, and this case just serves as a bit of a breather. But at the same time,
which is needed, by the way.
Yeah, it is needed, but at the same time, it also drags it down a bit.
Yeah.
And like I said, a big problem with the case is we're at case 4. why are we doing a trial-only case? Why aren't we investigating?
Yeah. And not only that, but it's also Athena's only case. It mostly focuses on Apollo, which, to be fair, it is his big finale.
Yeah, because this is the Apollo Justice trilogy, which means Capcom, we better get an Athena Sykes trilogy, you bastards.
But the main, but yeah, that's why I want to say this is basically a filler case, like, because it feels like after they got done with all the cases, because the fifth turnabout is a monster of a case, and we'll get to it.
Yeah, they're like, oh right, Athena's a character.
Yeah, oh right, oh shoot, we didn't give Athena a case, and so they decided to mash the fourth and fifth case together into one, making it a monster of a case, and just gave Athena case 4 to handle by herself, and it's a filler, but it's a fun kind of filler.
Yeah. Anyway, we should move on.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to get that out. Oh boy!
The moment when the finger points at someone so hard, it causes an uprising and a dethroning.
Yeah, but no, that's not the thing I'm worried about. It's the fact of, oh boy, Turnabout Revolution is a monster of a case.
Yep, it is 2 trials in one. One's a civil case, and the other is a murder case. Actually, the first one's a civil case that turns into a murder case.
God dang it!
With the I guess you could say the murder defendant part actually being Dot's a rebel because Phoenix does accuse him of being a murderer.
Mm-hmm. But
that's because not the gut punch. The gut punch is that for the civil case, it's Apollo versus Phoenix.
Like that, you feel like that's fan service, but done in a reverse way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but when the chips are down, Phoenix can be a little underhanded, and it's weird to see because because when you find out that the guy was actually murdered, he pulls a prosecutor level trap.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. I mean, he did a bunch of underhanded stuff in Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney.
Yeah, but to see it in court, you know what I mean? Like, to see it, and since we can't read his thoughts, it's like we don't know what the hell's going through his head. And again, he pulls a prosecutor level trap.
Yeah, and of course, it's to determine who has rightful ownership over the Korian orb. I think it is the Founder's Orb.
Yeah, the Founder's Orb.
Mm-hmm. Which is an orb of the founder of the nation, and of course, it's Apollo and the Defiant Dragons on the side of Korian, and Phoenix and Politician. Yes, that's his name. Don't worry. His name is hyphenated. If you thought he was pathetic, his other last name is Wimperson.
That's
anyway.
So funny.
Yes, it is. And he's like the most pathetic killer in the series, and it's great.
Yeah. But no, that's not the main. That's only one gut punch. The second gut punch is that Apollo actually gets to meet his father in this one, or adopted father in this game.
Yep, the leader of the Defiant Dragons, and the reveal that Apollo and Nayuta, the prosecutor, are actually brothers.
Adopted, of course.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
But still, but no. Well, let's see. Why am I having trouble remembering his name?
Which name? Prosecutor?
No, the leader. His father.
Dirk Sabmati?
Yeah, Dirk. I knew it was a weird one. Sorry.
Dirk was a good father.
Yeah, no, and he's a great character, which is why I almost want to put this in an ace tier.
I'd accept it. Because it is full of gut punches, it is full like the biggest gut punch, of course, being the fact that when you're defending Dirk for the murder of the guy with the best pun name in the game in the
Yeah.
basically you're defending Dirk for the murder of the Chinese justice minister and husband to the queen. Inga Karkul Curate, or should I go by his full name, Inga Karkul? How could this name be possibly longer and more pompous than it already is? Karayan the Third.
Okay, but yeah, like that's like this one has the reason why we want to put this in ace is because this has a lot of gut punches. It has a lot of just holy shit moments because man, this is how you do a finale.
The biggest gut punch. We should probably talk about it.
I don't want to, but because it hurts.
The biggest gut punch that the guy you've been defending, Dirk Sadmati, was dead the entire time.
How did he survive?
How did it happen? Basically, the reason why Phoenix was against Apollo in that trial is because Inga had Maya kidnapped.
God dang it!
Dirk tried to save her, went there to save her, but was shot to death by Inga. But with his dying breath, he undid her bounds, and she made him promise to go back to the States and channel him so that he could at least spend one last see Apollo for one last time.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right now. When I actually saw that Dirk was actually dead, I cried. I actually cried a bit.
Yes.
Like I actually was in sync with Apollo because I also yelled out, and I almost banged my head on my desk.
Yep.
Just it that is the biggest gut punch of this
the
one,
entire series.
Yeah, and then
because you have such a likable character, and you just find out he was dead the whole time.
Yeah, that really hurts. Mm-hmm. But I will also say the mystery is also pretty good until you see the villain. Then you're like, she did it. She's the one. There's no doubt about it.
She was the queen herself, and she used to be a prosecutor. It's been a while since we had a killer prosecutor, so they had the killer prosecute us. And the minute she puts on the prosecuting garb, it's like,
she did it.
Wow, you're obviously evil.
I know, right? It's the spider motif, I think.
Yeah, it's the spider motif, and why and I guess apparently the prosecuting outfits for women in Korean are skin tight pantsuits. I guess I'm not sure.
I don't know, but it's
questionable wardrobes aside. Yeah. And let me just say, she is probably one of the most insidious murderers in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Like she not only killed her husband, who is also trying to kill her, and honestly, while her husband is also kind of an awful person, I kind of felt for him a bit, especially when it's revealed that he did actually genuinely love Rafa as a daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's that scene where Edgeworth and Nick open Inga's safe, and they find a letter from Rafa wishing him a happy birthday and asking him to live forever. And it's like, and Inga fucking kept that. Like, say what you will, man, about the man, but he did genuinely love Rafa as a daughter.
Yeah, and you honestly feel bad for Rafa here, but especially when she first collapses when she tries to do the divination seance for her father.
Mm-hmm. Of course, her real father is Dirk, so it's extra painful because she lost both fathers in one day.
Yeah, just, oh my goodness. This case is a great finale, though. Especially when Apollo basically dethrones a queen.
Yup.
Not even Phoenix could say that, and boy, Apollo really grew up in this case.
He found the ultimate loophole to prove that she had no claim to the throne. The ultimate loophole. She has no spiritual powers.
And to be a queen, that's kind of a requirement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the reason she kept the previous queen alive and hidden is so that she could have Amara do the seances for her in disguise.
Mm-hmm. All right, that I think we've talked about it enough, but it's just a great case. It's a great finale.
All right. Now for the DLC case.
Turnabout Time Traveler, and boy,
Yep.
I think it's a double meaning.
Yes,
Not only because Turnabout Time Traveler, not only is it a time travel of like kind of what happened throughout the case, but it's also a time travel of like we basically are going back in time
to the glory days.
Yeah, to the
of just Nick versus Edgeworth with Maya as his assistant.
Yeah, and I love that. Like, especially after the monstrous tension of Turnabout Revolution, I feel like this case is absolutely needed as a bit of a de-stressor and just.
You know what? I know we talked fairly negative about it yesterday, but I think it belongs in A.
You know, I agree.
We'll put it behind case 1.
Right here?
Yeah, right there.
Okay, so this one basically is all about
someone attempts to murder a woman on her wedding day after she says her vows. Mm-hmm. She wishes to go back in time. Suddenly, she blacks out, awakens moments before the reception. But after the reception, the man who attacked her is found dead.
Yeah,
and she's the primary suspect in his murder.
And this is one of the and I want to say one of the reasons why we have to give this an A rating. The characters in this case are fantastic.
Yeah.
The defendant is such a dork and honestly, she's very earnest, and I just really, really enjoy the defendant.
Snake has a new waifu confirmed.
Nah. It's like she's just fun, and it's like she definitely at least made me smile of like just how earnest she is.
Mm-hmm. And then there's Soren, her fiance, who seems more serious, but it kind of reveals he's a bit of a dork as well.
Not only that, though.
And this case also depicts a relatively serious medical condition.
This is something I wish we brought up sooner, but hey, we're not professionals.
Yeah.
But
so
Ace Attorney does a really good job in terms of not only bringing out rare medical conditions, but they treat them with respect.
Yeah. Soren Sprocket, her fiance, was in an accident which caused him pretty bad brain damage. As a result, he basically has a form of permanent amnesia where minute he wakes up, he forgets immediately what happened the previous day.
This is why he also has a bit of a memory journal.
Yeah, he carries a book that he writes down in.
Yeah.
Important events in.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it feels like to him, it feels like every day is like, I don't know. He just forgets everything, and it's just honestly painful. Mm-hmm. Like how could you forget that you're married to somebody?
Yep.
So.
Yep, and Soren was the only one hurt in that accident. And his sister, Selena Sprocket, also died. And that's where we get to the culprit of our case, the family butler and Selena's ex-fiance, or former fiance, Pierce Nickety.
Sorry, I had steak in my mouth.
But yeah, as Phoenix states, um, the
Can we just-
the defendant is someone who ended up back in the past from the future, or because of Nickety's whole plan, from
Yeah.
her perspective. Meanwhile, the fiance is a man who is pretty much unable to learn, is pretty much stuck in a new day every day.
Yeah.
And then you have Pierce Nickety, who Phoenix says is the man who's stuck in the time when time stopped.
Yeah. And not only that, like, I know it's cliche to have the butler did it, but Phoenix Ace Attorney never really did it, so
Yeah, this is
I
the
kind of
first
forgive
time
it.
they did it. So
I kind of forgive it, you know.
Mhm. Yep.
And that, but I will say though, one of the main reasons why we like this case so much is not just the fact that it's basically a bit of a
Fan service.
yeah, it's a fan service case. But I also like the fact that Edgeworth gets his objection overruled when it turns out, like, how did
Zoran, who was just stabbed in the gut, climb on the outside of a ship 1,000 feet in the sky?
he did it for love, and
when Edgeworth said that's nonsense, and the judge, who is a married man with grandchildren, was basically like, "You shut your mouth, young man."
yeah, that yeah, and Edgeworth is like, what the hell?
He's like, "What just happened?"
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
I will say, it also Pierce Nickety's breakdown I actually quite like too.
yeah, it's honestly tragic too.
He's reliving the day his breakdown is he's working on his little shoulder mech, but in his mind he's reliving the day he used to be a surgeon, so he's reliving the day his fiance died. He was her surgeon. And as a little cardio thing is going off in the background, and then suddenly he collapses as it flatlines.
Yeah, just oh man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like all right, guys, we're down to the home stretch. We got 2 more games to go.
Yep.
Do you want to keep going, Kill?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, now we're into the Great Ace Attorney. Let me just grab the music because honestly, it helps me concentrate.
Yep. All right, so
The first case, I honestly want to say, it's a great tutorial case.
yes, it is.
Do we put it in A or S? I actually want to put. I think I want to put it in S actually.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it's like it feels like it really starts off really strong.
All right, so the case is student Ryunosuke Naruhodo, who is the ancestor of Phoenix Wright, is accused of murdering Dr. John Wilson, who is of course John Watson from the Sherlock Holmes novels. Everyone in the restaurants claims he says that there was a woman at the table, but everyone at the restaurant claims otherwise. Adventure of the Great Departure is the first case. I had to look up the names of these cases because they're a lot more complicated.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, Ryan. So I want to say though that when it comes to this case, not only is it great for establishing our main protagonist as somebody who's really earnest and actually is a good
novice when it comes to law.
Yeah, he's a complete novice, but after managing to defend himself, you find out that he might actually have a knack for it. And I also like that this is another first case where the killer is not shown.
Yeah, she fucking hides her face behind a mask the whole time. The killer is Giselle Brett, which is a very clever name for the killer, because in the Sherlock Holmes novels, the Giselle Brett, it's Giselle Brett, aka Giselle Bullet, which is the type of gun and bullet that injures John Watson in the novel.
So yeah, it's a good play on it. But yeah, the reason why I really like this case is honestly, it's like it kind of hooks you in, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the logic flows pretty well. It's a good mystery. And again, Mr. Payne, an ancestor of the Paynes, actually is
Takafumi Ouchi, I think his name was.
Yeah, and he's actually good at his job, you know? He's a tough opponent.
Yeah.
Like, and let's see, the witnesses are great.
Takasuchi Ouchi. I forgot, Takefumi is just Winston Payne.
Yeah.
Yep, and then of course we have I guess you could say Naruhodo's, I guess you could say, mentor dash best friend, Kazuma.
Yeah, Kazuma is also great, and you find out he's the one that wants to be a defense attorney.
Mm-hmm. And after Ryunosuke successfully defends himself, Kazuma decides, you know what, I want you to go with me to Great Britain.
Yeah. Which honestly rolls into case 2.
I guess we'll move on to case 2 right now. Because, this one follows more of a formula, and I will say I don't particularly care for case 2.
Yeah, I was actually also going to say that case 1, it's still a tutorial case. There's not a whole lot to talk about, but it's still good. It's actually one of the best first cases.
Yeah, case 2 though is a purely an investigation segment. That's it.
And well, that's not a bad thing, because they don't really do that. Honestly, you need to remember the name of the game: Ace Attorney.
Yeah,
not Ace Detective.
It feels like you're missing a major part of the game. So yeah. I would say I would put this one either at the high end of D or at the low end of C.
I kind of have to. I don't know. Like, I can't really think of too much to hate about it, but other than the fact it's just an investigation.
Yeah, it's just an investigation, plus it's not really that remarkable, to be honest.
Yeah, like I will say that it does have a couple of unique twists, but it's still, I think, just okay.
Yeah, okay.
Like, well, what do you think?
It's based off the adventure of the Speckled Band. So of course the killer is the person pretending to be Grimsby Roylott, who is the killer in the Speckled Band, who actually dies at the end of the Speckled Band after being bitten by his own snake. But yeah, the big shock is who the victim is of this case, and it's Kazuma himself.
Right. Also, hey, Owl, thanks so much for the raid, man.
Your raid was unexpected, but probably likely appreciated.
It really was appreciated. Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
shall
we continue?
But yeah, like, do you want to argue if it goes into D, or do you think it belongs in low C?
I'll stick with low C, because I think the next case is actually worse.
Really?
Well, think about it. We're 3 cases in. What are we doing at a trial only case?
Yeah, that's fair. it honestly feels like a bit of an incomplete case. It's not very satisfying. Like, sure, you win, but you don't find out who the real killer is until later. You
just have a good idea who it is, and spoiler alert, it's your defendant, Magnus McGilded, who dies at the end of this trial.
Let's see. Yeah, that's true. Where do I put it?
So this trial is mostly meant for pretty much just exposition and meant to be a major gut punch at the end. But the one bright side is it introduces us to our favorite vampire, Barack Van Zieks.
Yeah, Van Zieks is great, and this is a me thing, but I personally enjoy reading McGilded's lines. Like, because since he was Irish, I got to practice my Irish accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it is also... you know what,
Ryan? An Irish accent you did.
Also, yeah, Ryan makes a good point. This is still we're 30 cases in, and this is another tutorial. This time of the examination
of how the jury system works in the English courts.
Yeah, and it's like it just feels like we're 3 cases in. Why are we getting more tutorials? Like, it feels like they focus so much on the fact that this was going to be a duology that the first few cases just kind of
pretty much was just one giant tutorial.
Yeah.
And as a result, it really drags those down because while the first one is great, the other 2 are kind of lacking.
Yeah, they really are lacking. I have to agree that 3 is kind of in D.
All right, so next is The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Finally, a proper case. Yeah, I'd say an A.
I'll put it here above 3-1.
It's one of the few cases where no one dies.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said during my stream, I basically quoted Doctor Who in an early episode was like, just this once, everybody lives.
Yup.
And trust me, I was really happy to see that not only did the victim not die, but it
was a legitimate accident.
Yeah, to find out it was a legit accident, and that even though the culprit is put in jail,
one could question the logic of throwing a knife at one's husband, but
yeah, but even though she was put in jail, it feels like it's not going to be that long.
I also, despite the fact that his wife pretended to be a maid to make it look like he was richer than he was, I actually do like John Garrideb.
Yeah, I agree.
I found him to be a pretty fun, eccentric character.
No, if you want eccentric, let's talk about our defendant.
Oh yes, Natsumi Hoseki. Or Soseki Natsume, my apologies, which is an actual real-life writer from that time period.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
The main thing about this case is that you're basically trying to defend one of your countrymen from being wrongly accused, and the mystery of it all is actually pretty good because it's only through really thinking logically that you find out, oh shit, it was actually the Garridebs who did it, and it was a complete accident.
Wasn't even the man. It was actually Joan Garrideb who did it by accident.
I know, but I'm just saying that because they had an argument. And can we also say that the characters in this case are just fun? That's why I have to put it in A.
Yeah.
Like the characters really sell this one, including Patty and Raleigh.
Yeah. Patty and Raleigh. Who, or as I like to call Raleigh, the most overworked policeman out there.
Seriously, the guy is so tired. Like his last name is Beat. Polly Beat and Raleigh Beat. Or the other pun in his name, Really Beat.
Yeah. Or it's actually a triple pun. Because you have Patrol, you have Really Beat, but a beat is also a policeman's route.
Right.
So it's a triple pun.
Mm-hmm. So...
But yeah, he was so desperate for a day off, he tampered with the crime scene.
Yeah.
And when revealed, even Van Zeeks was like, "Alright, I don't blame you. You look tired as fuck."
Basically. Alright.
Mm-hmm. Van Zeeks, despite his prejudice against the Japanese, which, trust us, he has really good reasons to have that. While it does rub you the wrong way at first, like, he actually is one of the nicer, more compassionate prosecutors in the series.
Yeah. But I think we should move on to case 5, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm putting this at low C.
Let's put it in D, man.
Yeah,
because the problem with this is
I don't remember it that well. I'm gonna be
Yes.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Even I know it's only been a couple years,
I had to remind him what happened yesterday.
Yeah, when we were reviewing it, I actually needed Kill to help remind me of what the hell happened in this case, because even though it's only been a couple years, and there are a lot of these cases I haven't played for longer, and I still remember them pretty alright. This one I can't remember too well, and that should tell you something.
Yeah.
This case is just forgettable, and I hate that I don't remember it too well because it feels like it's a turning point, but it's just not that good.
Yeah, basically it's not much. It's not really a final case. It's more like, I guess the best way I could describe it, it's more, if you count the first 3 cases as one giant story, this is the actual third case syndrome of this duology, because the 2 games are actually connected to each other. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the problem with the case is it does answer a lot of questions. Like, you do find out who killed Magnus McGilded. It was the son of the victim of the previous of McGilded's trial.
And this is also when I got one personal gut punch. The only thing I really remember was the personal gut punch of when you look at McGilded's jacket and you find blood on it. Like, that was the gut punch of, like, son of a bitch. He really was the killer.
Yeah. Which means you got an innocent man set free. But it's okay. He wasn't free for that long.
Yeah. But
yeah, the killer, though, I will say, Ashley Graydon, is probably the saving grace of this trial.
Yeah, he's pretty alright. But I also I was doing it to defend. I remembered fighting hard to defend
Gina Lestrade.
Yeah,
yep,
Gina
who becomes a much more important character in the next game.
Yeah, honestly, she's great.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
it's a forgettable case.
Yeah, it doesn't help that this case leaves more questions than answers.
Yeah, and they don't even get answered until the next game, which I feel like is what really, really hurts it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it leaves so many questions that don't get answered until the next game that in my opinion, it's probably it is the second worst finale case.
Yep. Like I said, I decided to choose that to view it more as a third case than a finale case at this point, because...
Yep, but since it is case 5 of the first game, we have to judge it as a finale.
Yep. Alright, so... So, second game, case 1.
We're almost done, everyone.
Hey, are you gonna change the song again?
Isn't it the same song?
Oh, we have a much better pick for that.
What's that?
The Great Pursuit 2017. I mean, you have to admit, it does fit.
Yeah. Okay, now we're getting into the final 5 cases. We want to say thanks for listening to us up to this point. So let's get to the final 5 cases. Case 1, I want to say is good.
Yeah, it belongs in B. I would say it's. Yeah, I'd say it's better than Turnabout Samurai.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, basically, Susato is basically pretending to be a man in order to defend her friend Raymambami, which is funny because she's like the most forgettable defendant in the series.
Yeah, I actually forget about her, but the main
yeah. So her name is Raymambami. No, I don't. Anyway, but you're defending her for the murder of Giselle Brett, the killer of the first case of the last game.
Yeah, and I'm like, that. Not only is that a hell of a callback, but that's also really surprising when you think about it.
Yeah,
because that's the second time. That's the second time in the entire damn series that the killer of the last case is found is the victim of another case. That's the second time, and it's done well here again.
Yeah, and I will say, whereas the previous case, Ace, you're trying to prove that people are liars, and that Giselle Brett was there. I actually do like how you deduce that who the killer is in this one over the first case of the previous game.
Yeah,
like, that's one thing that this does better than that. But
yeah,
just the one.
Yeah, just the one because when I compare the two, I honestly prefer the first game's case better because it feels like it had a great characters, a good mystery. It was just a really good start, a powerful start.
So basically, after you get a photo camera, a picture of Ray attempting to take a knife out of Giselle Brett's back, so it looked like she was stabbing her. You see that there's cracks around the camera, and then there's cracks around the picture showing that the camera has cracks on it. Then when you look at a newspaper article of Soseki and Susato's father talking, you'll see that the same cracks are around that, meaning that the photojournalist who's been following Soseki around was the one who took the picture.
And find out that it's actually him that committed the murder.
Yeah, like you have to admit, that's a very clever way of deducing who the killer is.
Yeah, it is a very clever way, but I also will say that the reason why this goes down in good, while the first case is ace, he's not a very compelling killer.
Yeah, I will say I do like him though. Like he is.
Yeah.
Like granted, his frustrations are very logical. He hates the fact that Giselle Brett was able to murder someone and then essentially go free.
Yeah, more or less, and it was not fair.
Yeah, so when he tried to interview her, she just kept insulting him, even though she committed a murder. And he just kept getting pissed off that he poured poison that he took from the lab that Raymambami and Brett works at out and slipped into her drink, and after she drunk it. But then when Bami came and pointed out that, suspecting that Brett took it and that poison has very, very noticeable side effects, it made him panic and stabbed her instead.
Uh-huh. But I will say to me it's good, but I feel like the first one was better.
Yeah.
So now the second case though, it's actually a continuation of the fourth case, where poor Mr. Natsume, it feels like he has the worst luck, like worser luck than Maggie, honestly.
Because he gets accused again, practically on the next canonical in-game day of that.
Yeah, and it's just
where
sucks.
he's accused of poisoning one of his fellow flatmates, William Shamspear.
Yes, that is his name.
But that's not all. Oh, there was also a mysterious death in Natsume's room before Natsume moved in.
Right, and you only hear about that during this case.
Yeah, and I will say, this is when I actually started to like John Garadeb.
Yeah,
because he reveals that he's been keeping an eye on the gases because what killed Duncan Ross was a gas leak.
Right, and so he wants to make sure nobody else dies.
Yeah, he's been keeping careful eye on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But this one I feel like is just an alright case. I still want to put it in good.
Yeah.
I want to put it in B, but I think I want to put it at low B.
Yeah. Yeah,
what do you think?
And of course, yep, I agree. But yeah, and of course it connects to the previous case because it turns out Olive Green was there to poison the pipes because she suspected how Duncan Ross was killed. Duncan Ross was her fiance. She's the victim of Natsume's first trial.
Right.
So we went there to. She suspected Shamspear was blowing into the pipes to blow out the flames, which would cause gas leaks.
Yeah.
Which he was. Because he was trying to get to that. He was trying to get that specific room, and even though someone died, Shamspear was doing it again to Natsume.
Yeah, because he really wanted that room.
Yeah, there was a treasure in there that he wanted.
His cut, as it were.
Yeah,
but,
and he didn't care who he had to kill to get to it.
All right, the characters in this one are still pretty good. Like Natsume is still
a nervous
Natsume.
ball of wreck.
Yeah, nervous ball of wreck. Miss Green is actually
very sad and tragic.
It really is.
Like you legit walk in on her attempting to commit suicide with the poison that was used on Shamspear.
Yeah, just sheesh. But yeah, overall this case is pretty alright. Now, I've got a few words for case 3. I want to put it in C, but
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, but my main problem is that this case is actually pretty alright. The mystery is actually good. The characters are still fun.
It's mostly a pacing problem.
Yeah, the pacing is what kills it for me.
Like
it feels like
you have to do a massive ass deduction just to find a dude.
Yeah, just to find where the dude is, and it just feels like it felt like a drag to get through. Like, I don't mind that when case 4 and 5 do it, but when case 3 just felt like it was a drag, it kind of killed it for me. But I still feel like it's better than case 1 and 2.
All right, these last two ones, oh boy. No matter what spot we put them in, we have to put them together.
Yeah, but I want to at least say that for case 3...
We haven't even brought up Herlock Sholmes yet, or Tobias Gregson.
You see how unprofessional we are?
Yes.
for case 3, like, yeah, we have to talk about Erlock Sholmes because he helps in case 3 in terms of finding the dude, and well, it's pretty clear that he is a parody of Sherlock Holmes.
No shit, Sherlock.
It goes.
I'm sorry. I mean, no shit, Herlock.
Yeah, I know you did, Ryan, but I'm like, it's kind of it's like we're trying to
I will
speed
say
this up.
my favorite gag is that Natsume thinks Herlock is German and that his name is Herlock Sholmes. Like, yeah, that's a pretty funny gag.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, throughout this game, well, Tobias Gregson was kind of a nothing character in the previous Greatest Attorney. He really shines more in this one.
Yeah,
especially as he reveals that he actually is starting to grow a slight admiration for Ryunosuke's skill at one point.
Yeah.
And he also took Gina Lestrade under his wing.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. Are we still talking about case 3 or 4?
3.
Yeah. Yeah, he really helps out, and honestly, he becomes pretty likable by this point, and yeah, he's honestly basically the gumshoe of both games.
Mm-hmm. Now we get to talk about his death.
Case 4 and 5, we have to talk about these two together because in case
they're
4,
the same case.
Yeah, they're the same case, but because they're separated because, oh boy,
it is the two
monster.
We're basically gonna put them in the same spot right next to each other, no matter where we put them.
Yeah,
I think we could safely say they're both aces.
Yeah, because oh my god, like so many questions start getting answered. I mean, lots of questions are getting brought up in case 4, even ones that were previously forgotten. But case 5 answers all of them in a nice little bow.
And let's talk about the two biggest gut punches. 1, Tobias Gregson is the victim.
Yeah, no, that is the biggest gut punch of the
and the second biggest gut punch. The defendant is Barack Van Zeeks.
Yeah, that also really hurts because it's basically what I said about Franziska. Like, he's many things, but he's no murderer.
Mm-hmm.
And
but yeah, he Barack throughout this entire case. Oh, and the rival prosecutor is Kazuma Asogi. Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, he actually survived. He just forgot his memory for a while, and to find that the guy who was supposed to be the defense attorney is actually becomes the prosecutor is like that's another gut punch.
Mm-hmm. So it becomes and Kazuma Asogi is doing this for personal reasons. See, the guy who is sentenced as there was a serial killer who was playing in the Old Bailey a long time ago, and the person who was charged for it was Kazuma's father, and the person who took him to trial was Barack Van Zeeks. So Kazuma believes that Barack Van Zeeks Barack Van Zeeks has a bad reputation of being a cursed prosecutor who the defendants die after if they get found not guilty, which is an entire giant conspiracy called the Reaper. And
yeah, the Reaper of Kazuma the Bailey is basically what he's known as, and he basically holds on to that, as saying, if it means more justice, if it means more people, stop doing crimes, then I will gladly accept the name Reaper of the Bailey.
Yeah, he doesn't like the fact that, but it really brings out to detail how much is on his shoulders.
Yeah, and there's an ad.
Of course. It
But
feels like
this will-
after every hour there's an ad.
Oh, that's how I have to have it set like that because I'm an affiliate.
Mm.
So it has to
Oh.
be every hour.
Well, if you ever become a partner, you could get paid for those ads.
Well, I do still get paid for the ads,
Really?
just not much.
Mm.
Anyway. All right, are we all back?
All right. So yeah, that entire reveal shows how much the weight of the entire nation is essentially on Van Zeke's shoulders. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it basically feels like that. And if I'm gonna be honest, Barak feels like he really needs a hug by the end of this. Like, because man, everything that gets revealed in these two cases.
Like for example, Barak prosecuted the man accused for the Reaper killings, or for the Professor killings, because he killed his brother.
Mhm.
And then it's discovered that Barak's own brother was the Professor himself. And Barak has a breakdown about that.
Yeah, and finding out that his Hound of the Baskervilles as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah. Van Zeeks goes through the ringer in this.
he really does.
Like, even at the end of this, when you unearth the person in charge of the conspiracy, Male Strongheart, Chief Justice, Kazuma, who was recently trying to prove that Barak was the head and as well as a murderer, immediately shifts tunes and calls him out for saying, "You've done nothing. You've done nothing for justice." Van Zeeks here was the one fighting for justice while bearing the disgrace of the Reaper name.
Exactly. And honestly, this is one of the reasons why I have to put these two either at ace or at the very high end of A.
I'd say ace.
Yeah, you know what? I agree. These are ace cases.
Because they just wrap everything up in a good bow.
Yep, in a nice bow. Just like, you know what? No, I'm putting them above the first case, at least.
So yeah, that's our ranking. It looks like.
But yeah, I at least want to say though that overall these two cases, I want to at least give a congratulations to how everything was wrapped up. That the mystery was well done. All the twists were really good, and finding out that the Chief Justice was the man behind everything.
Honestly, I kind of guessed it was him off the bat because he just looks so fucking evil.
I personally didn't see that, but as soon as I saw that, I did think, God dang it, Kill was right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I remember when you told me you met him. I'm like, I haven't played the entire series yet, but I've met him too, and I am 90% sure he's probably the main villain. Just going off appearances alone.
But I did not personally think he was until the very end, and honestly, it was a good surprise to me. And
let me guess. The minute you saw his ass in the final case's judge seat, you were like, "Oh, god damn it!"
No, it wasn't until like later on in the case where it was revealed that he was with the other culprit.
Oh yeah, who by the way is the guy who killed Tobias Gregson was the fucking judge of the first cases of each game.
Who does that?
I was not expecting him to be a killer. Were you?
No, not at all. You would never expect a judge to do that. And at least, it's well done. Yeah,
but yeah, like the way they did though was it was a very creative plot, and I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, not only that, but can we also give an honorable mention to Erlach Sholmes and his assistant?
Yep.
Mr.
For basically saying, oh, by the way, fuck you, Male Strongheart. We've been broadcasting this to the Queen. She wants a word with you.
Not only that, but also how he brought in the culprit, the judge.
Yep.
Judge, like, you basically get to see that thanks to Watson being there, Erlach Sholmes actually shows, like, his true talent for deductions,
Mm-hmm. In fact, it greatly looks like he only pretends to be an idiot.
Yeah. It turns out he's actually a lot smarter than you think.
Mm-hmm.
And I enjoyed that.
But yeah, anyway, that's our ranking, I guess.
Yeah, like, oh my god, we've been streaming this for 5 hours.
Yeah.
But that's 50 cases.
All 50. Those,
We hope we would just at least want to ask, especially to those who watch this later on YouTube. YouTube, what are your thoughts on every case? Do you agree with our rankings or do you disagree? We actually would like to hear what you guys think of this tier list, and we hope that you guys really, really enjoyed.
And if you liked watching Snake rant about games he likes or things like this, we might do another in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, I might actually do this again in the future if you guys really enjoyed this. But I hope that you guys look forward to more. I am going to be rating. I hope that you guys really enjoyed this. I want to say thank you so much to Kill for joining me on this, because honestly, talking about this by myself, I know I would have forgotten things.
I was not expecting this to take 5 hours.
Yeah, but still, I feel like it was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this is a definitive, like, showing of our opinions.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna be rating a friend of mine after this, the Zengar, because I'm pretty, like, let me see if he's streaming. I'm pretty sure he is. Let's see. Yes, he is. So we're gonna be rating him after this, and I hope that you guys give him some love. But yeah, I just want to say though, thank you everyone so much for watching, and we hope that you guys really enjoyed listening to us rant about Ace Attorney.
Yeah, mostly about how he hates Ace Attorney Investigations Case 5, and I hate Apollo Justice Case 3.
Yeah, but still, I feel pretty good about actually explaining all of our opinions,
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, again, it just shows that all cases should be given a chance. Some are actually pretty good, some are just okay, and a couple should just burn in a fire.
I like how you said couple, because there's 2 specific ones.
Yeah. All right, Al, that's good. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna go raid the Zengar. I hope that you guys really enjoyed, and I hope you guys give him some love. But until the next stream, I'm Omega Snake.
I'm Killshotarcher. There, see, I can do it normally.
It's a miracle, I tell you. And we hope you guys really enjoyed our rants. So until the next time, everyone, I'm gonna raid you out to Zengar, and we will see you all next time. Have a good night, everybody. We need to rest our throats.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone.
I think I might play some more League or something.
Okay.
Now that, and, to make sure it still doesn't freeze.
Yeah.
Would you be up for some GTA later to help do some story missions if he's up for it?
Sure.